T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
Separation confirmed. Guidance now converging. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
You sound good.
Good morning, Apes. Another day. Woo! Jack to the tits.
Copy, negative return.
What a day. Hopefully you all have your digits still after a wonderful 4th of July weekend. Lots of exciting news this weekend. Let's see what we can cover today. I'm really looking forward to seeing what today has to offer to us. I'm really excited. I think there's going to be a lot of positive momentum today. I don't know that it's going to necessarily be something that's like just out blows your mind away, but I think what we have in store for us after hours is going to be absolutely incredible. And as of right now, we're starting off the morning really nicely. I've already kind of set up a price prediction for myself for the day today. I kind of am feeling like somewhere between 54.75 and 57.75 for our daily price. I haven't set it in stone quite yet. I kind of want to see what we're going to be looking like at 7 o'clock Central Standard Time, 8 o'clock Eastern Standard Time, and I think I'm going to guesstimate around $2 closing, higher than whatever that point is at that point. So if we hit, I don't know, say $54 by that time, then my range will probably be 56 to 59 for the day, which means that I'm a little bit low right now on my prediction, which is the purple lines that we have showing here. For those of you who watched the show last week, John is possibly going to be here when he's available. He's not really available right now to do 100% streaming with me right now, so he'll be coming and going as he can. And for any of you who are missing him, he'll be back whenever he's available. And I look forward to seeing him. We'll get a price prediction from him whenever he does get on or throughout the day, and then I'll adjust his blue line prediction for the day once he's able to give me that information. Starting off the day with a double shot energy drink. Gotta love it. Nice little boost up we had there, 53.80. Very nice. If we hit within my target today, my belief is our after-hour market today will look absolutely astonishing. So we'll have to see what ends up happening, but I'm expecting some amazing movement after hours today, for sure. Oh, let's see what we got. We got the stock tracker showing right now with looks like 600,000 shares to borrow. Took a screenshot of that around 5:30 this morning, and it was these numbers here, 650 and 31. So maybe only 50,000 shares borrowed so far this morning. That's pretty low, but we do normally get our Central Standard Time 7 a.m. pokey where they do their borrowing, and we'll see what that looks like a little bit later. Options for the day. I refreshed this a little while ago and started looking at it. I was kind of worried last week, and I have to say I'm still a little worried. I think the market is really confused as a whole as to where we're going. I have Amazon pulled up right now, and I'll tell you why later. There's actually something really interesting about Amazon going on. It's kind of a little bit of a tinfoil hat thing that I've kind of got this theory right now, but I'll explain that later. Let's go to the options trading for AMC, and let me show you. The market, I think, is really confused about where we're going right now. The way I'll explain that is that in the call options right now, $50 is the high point for volume today. So the bullish or positive investors, long investors, really feel like $50 is kind of like the mark where we're going to be. We're already $3 above that. So there might be a lot of options, long call options made today as the day continues on, because people will become more bullish as they see the price continuously stay above 50. As you can see right now at 55 strike price, the volume's almost a dead runner up to the $50. So there's kind of a little bit of confusion in the market as to where we're going to be, where we're going to stand. There is some movement at 60. There's also some at 65, and way down here at 145, there's definitely some movement down there as well. The put options, it's not just the long callers that are confused about where this stock's going to go in price, because the put options are equally confusing. So if you come in here and you look at it, $45 is the winner right now. They really think $45 is where it's headed. The next runner up to that is the $50 mark. So long calls kind of, and if you had to average it out, I would say that the longs and the shorts are kind of guesstimating on $50 right now. I have a feeling as the day continues on, though, we're going to see a lot more movement towards call options increasing, and not a whole lot of puts increasing, unless they're at a higher price range. But I think it'll be too costly for them to be putting puts for this Friday at a really high price. Yeah. So I was really concerned about what I was seeing, because there really wasn't a whole lot of investor push, because we've seen these numbers in the 60,000s in volume, or even higher recently. So it was kind of odd to me that we were having this kind of very low volume in the options trading market. On our 1 hour trend, and this is going to look a little messy here. Actually, I'm going to go to day. This is going to look even worse. But what I wanted to point out is that actually, we'll do 1 hour. Our wedge that we made, we're coming in. I don't know if you see the price rate in here. We're coming to the end of this wedge. Maybe zoom it out here. We had a breakout this last week on Friday on the bottom side, and that actually hasn't been the first time. In fact, we had a breakout earlier that week on the top side. So I mean, it's not like we haven't broken out of this wedge at least once or twice before that. In fact, here's another spot down here where it slightly broke through as well. But this wedge is still holding true, which is indicating consolidation, which is a good thing. And I think if I had to predict, I think we're going to be closing towards the top end of this wedge, and I really believe that in the after hours today, we're going to see a breakthrough on the wedge, like a significant breakthrough through the wedge. And when I say significant, I'm talking past our $60 mark that everybody knows is a mark that we've been trying to hit over and over and over and over. And I think after market hours today, I hate to predict it, but because I know it kind of puts a negative stigma on everything, but that's what I'm kind of looking at. I think after market hours today hits above 60 for the fourth or fifth time now. More double shot energy drink. About 16 more minutes, I'll have an update for Vortex. Some of the data has already come through. Let me just make sure that I don't have all the data yet. Oh, you know what? I already have data for Ortex, so let me just go ahead and throw that on up there. Utilization down 85.05, and that is down from 86.01. So basically a percentage point drop. You know, and of course, I don't believe that this data is 100% accurate. But you know, it is what it is. It's the best that Ortex can do. They're gathering data from what's reported to them, and they're just simply reporting it as it is. But this one, my favorite indicator, is really still on an upwards trend, which is great for us. I mean, absolutely great for us. That downward swing that we had right here, and then an upwards positive trend, is exactly what we saw when we had those price increases before in the past. So especially here, you got a little downswing and then the upswing, and that's when you had the price increase. So I'm really looking forward to seeing that. We don't get the failure to delivers until I believe it was the 15th or thereabouts. So we're not going to see the big spikes in failure to delivers that are out there, that we know that are out there due to the reg show regulation SHO, which basically is a list that AMC stock has been placed on due to the fact that there's been concurrent failure to delivers of shares over a certain period of time, and that's caused us to be put on that list, which kind of tends to mean that there's going to be restrictions placed on the types of trading that goes on with the stock, but we haven't actually seen any indications as those are holding true as of this point. So it's just kind of a word to say it at this point. We're not really seeing. I don't think that we're seeing any effects from it. Today we are in SSR. I failed to point that out over here on the stonkometer. Last week we dropped in price enough to where the SSR, which is short share restriction, which means that they're not supposed to be able. Oh, we just saw them borrow some shares right there. The short share restriction means that they're not supposed to be able to short the stock unless the price is moving in an upwards direction. Which, you know, that indicator could show this right here. You know, here upwards direction and downwards. So that, you know, I guess at some certain point they have to stop shorting, and then of course then the price will start increasing again. But it means that for the most of the day, typically what that means for this stock is that there's more than anything, there's sidewards trading, which means we just kind of whatever we start out at is what we end at. Not always, but usually. Short share restriction. The reason that I'm predicting an aftermarket hour huge boost is once that restriction is lifted, the market's going to just do whatever it wants to do at that point, and it's very likely that it could just take off. You know, if we have a lot of investors that are buying into the market and they're not shorting in the aftermarket hours, then you're just going to see this huge price launch, similar to what we saw a month ago. A lot of people may have been reading about that Iceberg research company last week where they said that they were shorting AMC due to the fundamentals on AMC being poor. They said after 1 month of trading sideways and lots of money lost in call options, the pump seems increasingly shaky. For those of you who are doing call and put option trading, it's extremely dangerous, you know, and I wouldn't be surprised if they're right about the fact that there is a lot of people who are losing money in call options. When you do call options, it's like you're gambling. I mean, you're guessing and betting on the future of the price of the stock, you know, and here's this guy, you know, he's eating popcorn down here. What's going to happen next? Well, what we came to find out, and a lot of news media was saying that the reason for the price drop last week in AMC was due to that company coming in and saying that they were shorting the stock. And if we go back and we look at the beginning of the last day of last week, right off the beginning of the market, it just crashed like a lot. You know, it just went way, way down. And a lot of apes started doing some research out there and finding out that this was like pretty much a shell company. Their website's like non-existent as far as it being something that's even valid. They said they had created a report. Again, I'll bring this back over here. Revealing financial manipulation, accounting frauds, suing us is bad for your ass. Oh wait. Uh, that looks new, but they apparently had a report that they said that they had put together, and no report was ever found. But the media was portraying it as though there was a report out there, and nobody saw a report anywhere. There was no reports. So um, take it for what it's worth. But if the media is going to come in and start claiming that the reason we're having a drop in price is because of a company who's owned by one person and has no employees that anybody can find, and uh, you know the location of the even an ape went to the location to see where it was that they were located at and found that there was another company that owned the site that they were at, and nobody was even there. This is a shell company. So why the media would put so much backing into something that's fake like that just seems so sketchy. Like where's the solid reporting? It's terrible. I just don't understand how they can't they don't look at their sources anymore. I mean, I don't know. Citadel, how busy are you? So not too busy, but definitely busier than usual. Let's see what's going on with Reddit. We'll see what Reddit's saying right now. AMC announced that they are doing UFC fights. They are going to be streaming those. This could be a game changer. I know a lot of apes out there were suggesting that that is a possibility that AMC should look into. Um, No Explanation 1982 wrote, "This is huge. This absolutely changes the revenue model for AMC. They are getting into live events, and this can absolutely increase the revenue and EPS for AMC. This absolutely turns AMC into a growth company using theaters worldwide as a way to capitalize on the live events day to day, week to week as they develop. Tickets for the event is $25 each versus $75 on pay-per-view. Very smart idea for AMC." I know. I'm convinced. Well, not 100%, but I'm pretty sure there's going to be a market for this. There's going to be people who would love to go out there and um, if you and three of your buddies or two of your buddies were going to pay $75 to watch it at home. Um, each of you could pay the same price, go to a movie theater, enjoy one of those reclining seats, and eat your favorite popcorn, and sit there and just watch the fight in a group of people who are all in the movie theater watching the fight together, and it would probably really enhance an entire movie theater. Well, I hope fights don't break out in the movie theaters. I wonder if they're gonna have bouncers at these things. Somebody said this is Darkery Cry. I can't wait till they do NBA, NFL playoff games and include some type of pass to get like special players mic'd up as like an exclusive only feature. I mean, AMC has a lot of potential. They really do. I mean, they just need to think outside the box. There's plenty of ways that they can use their movie theaters besides just movies. I know gaming is huge right now. There's no reason why they can't stream live gaming or even have gaming uh, in some of the movie theaters where people are actually playing games on the movie screen. You know, you have a party, rent out the movie theater for 6 hours, charge somebody like $500, and you can sit there and everybody can just play video games on the big old movie screen. It'd be insane. Somebody wrote here 449,613 puts expire in 11 days out of the money, hence why so many trolls. Let's look at that again real quickly here. Because I was just looking at this week, and there doesn't seem to be a whole lot of activity. So they must be talking about the 16th. Yeah, I don't know if that equates to 411 days out. So 7, 5 plus 5 is 10. I'm not 13 hours ago. Yeah, they must be talking about the 16th. I don't see 449,000. So I'm not sure where they're getting that from. Let me pull up AMC stock tracker because I know that it has information on there too, and I'm wondering if that's where they got their info from. Let's see. Yeah, it does say out of the money, 450,000 right there. I'm betting that's where they got their info from, and the fact that it's not showing up, I'm wondering if positions were closed or going to be closed, which would be kind of interesting to see what happens. I mean, I'd have to go through and add up all the numbers, but that doesn't look like 440,000 to me. There's a chance that they're counting this week's. Let me just see if that maybe that's what that is. If they're counting this week's numbers, no, it doesn't look like they are. I just don't know. Not sure where they're getting that number from. It could be that they've already closed their positions. That would be my guess. With the price drop that we had last Friday, if they closed their positions, then we would have, they probably lost some money. that's how hedge funds work. But if it was just regular retail investors, they could have been getting out as well early, in hopes that they weren't. They were, there might have been people shorting the stock or doing puts who were scared about what the future of the price was going to be. And with the price down low as it was last week, they could have exited their positions, which, in my opinion, shows extreme bullishness on this week. Because if they exited last week at $47, then they're pretty much betting that there's no way it's going to be near that price this week, which is great for us. It makes it look so much stronger going into this week. Slim Jim Kim posted, just wanted to let you know that South Koreans are bullish on AMC. I went to South Korea, and this is, over 20 years ago, but in 1999, I went to South Korea for about 3 weeks on a business trip. And their way of watching movies over there is very interesting. It's like, I don't know if you've ever been to a karaoke bar or not, but if you have been to a karaoke bar, that's a lot what it's like. You rent a small little movie theater room that's got maybe like a bench or a couch, and you basically just sit in this room, and you can pick from hundreds and hundreds of movies. You pick one, and then it plays it for you. And so basically, like, instead of watching it at home, you're watching it out someplace with your friends. And so, if I remember correctly, you paid for the room by the hour or something like that. It was really kind of interesting. It wasn't traditional movie watching, like, at least in the United States. So I'd be interested to see, like, what the movie theater, like, how the movie theaters do over in South Korea. The German market ended today or last night at $53.22. We did a nice recovery coming in today. We're at 53.30 right now, so we're definitely above that. We were as high as 53.80. Yeah, they did a great job with the start of the day, and I know that they always come in wondering like why we're always dropping the ball. Um, Thanks for pulling us, German friends, German apes. That's awesome, man. Keep helping us out. We need it. I wonder. I wonder how many people are gonna go watch Black Widow. Now, I've seen some. I've already seen some negative press about it. It was kind of interesting. I really didn't understand um, where it was coming from. Seeing as how we're still about a week away, I'm sure there's people who are getting advanced screenings of it. But um, yeah, I'd be really surprised to see if this movie's not that great. I know that there's. Looks like we just had a SEC alert for AMC Entertainment. Let's check it out. Looks like somebody just filed an SEC report filing a let's see, what is this? DEFA 14A. Let's check it out. Actually, I want to pull this on the screen just so that everybody sees what it is that I'm doing. You know, so whenever I want to search this, I just say like AMC SEC filing, right? And then that'll get you pretty close to what it is that you want to look up. This is actually AMC's website, and it shows everything. Another, you know, if you wanted to go a little more official, you could go with sec.gov. I kind of prefer the SEC one because it just kind of lists things in an order that makes sense to me, I guess. Looks like we've got 3 reports that are issued, all this morning. Additional definitive proxy soliciting materials and rules. Okay, let's check that out. Let's see what we got here. Okay. Okay. Apparently we're not voting on 25 million shares anymore. The record date of determining the stockholders entitled to notice of and to vote at the annual meeting has been set and remains as the close of business on June 2nd, 2021. As a result of the removal of Proposal 1 from the stockholder consideration at the annual meeting, the company notes the following important matters regarding voting. The company will not make available or distribute, and you do not need to sign new proxy cards or submit new voting instructions solely as a result of the removal of Proposal 1. Any proxy card or voting instructions received in the future for proposals 2, 3, 4, and 5 will be valid. Proxy cards or voting instructions received with direction on Proposal 1 will not be voted on Proposal 1. Proxy cards or voting instructions received in providing direction on the remaining proposals to be considered at the annual meeting will remain valid and will be voted on as directed. If you already submitted proxy cards for voting instructions, you do not need to resubmit proxies or voting instructions with different directions unless you wish to change your votes previously cast on the remaining proposals. Your vote is important. You do not have to take any action if you have previously voted your shares and do not wish to change your vote. If you've already voted or given your proxy and wish to change your vote, you should follow the procedures described below in the proxy statement. Wow. Huge breaking news. Removal of proposal for Proposal 1 for stockholder consideration. On July 6, 2020, the company determined not to seek stockholder approval for the proposal to approve an amendment to the company's third amended and restated certificate of incorporation to increase the total number of shares of Class A common stock. The company shall have the authority to issue by 25 million shares a total of wait, does this say that they're going to do it anyways? The company shall have the authority to issue. Wait. Okay. No, it's not saying that. Determined not to seek stockholder approval for the proposal to approve an amendment to the company's third amended and restated certificate of incorporation to increase the total number of shares of Class of common stock. The company shall have the authority to issue shares and has withdrawn the. It does almost make it seem like they're saying that they already have the ability to. Yeah, let's check that out because there were other proxies or other SEC filings. We should go check them out. Current report. Okay, this is more of the same. This is interesting. I wonder where they're going with this because I think the Apes overall would have signed off on this, irregardless of. I mean, I think we would have signed off on this if the squeeze had happened before the voting date. So I'm really kind of curious as to why they would drop this because I mean I think that they need more shares if we squeeze first. So I'm actually really surprised by where this is going. Interesting. Yeah, Reddit's got to be blowing up about this right now. The price is skyrocketing after this announcement. Let's see. Let's sort by new. Oh, it doesn't look like anybody's posted yet, so I will go ahead and post. That's kind of big news. Actually, I have a theory about something right now. That I think. Well, I wonder if they're getting rid of this 25 million shares so they can change it and modify it to a larger value. I mean, it seems to me like it would be more efficient to just change the value instead of saying we're getting rid of 25 and making it 0 to just changing it to like a higher value. I mean, I don't know. I don't know why they would remove it from the books completely. I don't really feel like I think the voters know that we don't want it until after a squeeze, so um, yeah, I'm not really sure. It's kind of odd. Yeah, I'm really surprised that nobody's posted that yet. Somebody did post what the heck is going on at $54 for pre-market. I mean, today's gonna be bullish, guys. Super, super, super bullish. We've got about 15 more minutes before I start making a prediction. If we hit $55, I very easily will say that we'll close between 57 and 60, even or possibly even higher. I mean, I did some rough math at the very beginning of the day, and I actually came up with a price target of $68.70 for a closing price today. But I do feel like $60 and I think $68 is awfully high, and I don't want to predict that high. Um, but I mean, I don't know. Let's see what happens to investors' willingness to buy the stock today based off the idea that we're no longer issuing 25 million shares. I know the hedge funds aren't going to like that. I mean, that's just ammunition that they can use to try and push us further down the road should it get approved. Yeah, I really can't wait to see what it is he has to say about that. Um, Man, and that is early. Like who works on filing an SEC uh, filing at East Coast time? This is like 7 a.m. in the morning, 7:46 in the morning. They had to have been working on this over the weekend. I mean, this is obviously something that they had to be working on or had decided on at least last week to be listing that this early in the morning. Normally, I don't want to speak on 100% of the time, but it seems to me like in the past, normally most of these SEC filings happen in the after hours. They usually will announce it and then file just after the announcement. So this is kind of odd that we're getting the filing first and the heads up second. I have not seen this before. This is really I'm really surprised by this, quite honestly. I'm gonna get blown up today. So, somebody just posted share buyback incoming. Wouldn't that be something? I mean, holy smokes! If we had a share recall due to a buyback of some shares, oh my gosh. It is over. It's just plain and simple. It's over. There's nothing left after that. Once they have to call back the shares, yeah, all those naked shares have to disappear, which means they got to cover, and yeah, it's game over. That's what we've been wanting. But I can't. I don't know. I can't. That seems like a dream come true. At open of market today, I'm actually going to reveal, which is coming up in about an hour, or I mean, 45 minutes. I'm going to reveal a little bit of DD that I did this weekend. I kind of put two and two together about something, and I think it's something that we should all kind of discuss. And it has to do with Amazon. And I know you're probably going like, wait a minute, Amazon, what the heck does Amazon have to do with AMC? And actually, it's some really important stuff that could be indicating uh, something really big. So we'll talk about that here in about 45 minutes. Yeah, 10 minutes to go before I make my price prediction. Um, yeah, if we stay about where we're at right now in the next 10 minutes, then I would say 56 to 59. And aftermarkets is just going to rip. Absolutely rip. There's going to be some people in the hedge funds with some major shitty pants after tonight. Yeah, there's people out there who are saying that they're actually going to vote now. Now that the 25 million shares is off the table, they're going to vote, and um, I'm still going to wait personally myself. I think that a lot of things can happen, and if I have time on my side, I'm going to use time. Time is always right. We're holding. We're holding because we have time. So why wouldn't we do the same thing for our votes, right? Like holding is time, and holding is power. And so I think holding on to our votes and waiting until it's time to vote or just before it's time to vote is probably, at least in my opinion, is probably the smartest thing to do. There's a lot of information. I actually plan on releasing a huge voting pamphlet, kind of like sort of ordeal on Reddit on letting people know um, some of the different proposals and why they might be good or they might be bad for the company. Nobody's talking about EY, Ernst and Young, as our bookkeepers, our financial accountants for the company. and whether that's a good thing. Nobody's talking about that at all. And quite honestly, they scare me. They scare me quite a bit. I think Adam Aaron's using that company because they're a reputable company that's cheap. And you get what you pay for sometimes. And whether he's doing that on purpose or not, I couldn't say. But they have definitely been a part of companies that have recently lost money. And that's kind of scary. Like, do we really want to have bookkeepers doing our books that have been a part of losing billions of dollars for major companies? And why are they pushing to have them ratified? I don't understand that. I would like to see a little bit of explanation as to why that's so important. But I will be putting out that DD later on. Last time we had a vote that was coming up, I kind of put out the information like way too early, and I found myself like trying to repeat myself over and over and over on Reddit, and it just it got a little cumbersome to have to respond or repeat the message over and over and over. And so I feel like releasing something like this the weekend before the vote would be more ideal because it gives people a chance to sit there and think about what it is that we're talking about. And there's maybe things that transpire between now and then that change how we feel about certain items. So I'll put it out later. So we might have like an ascending channel going on right now. Let's see. I don't really have multiple touch points yet, but we could be getting there. Let's see what we got here. Which usually indicates a breakout going down. I might have to adjust this here in a minute. I don't really have a whole lot of touch points. For those of you who just started viewing, AMC has rescinded their 25 million share proposal, and that's really interesting news. I can't really say how I feel about that because, I mean, I really wanted them to issue more shares once the stock squoze. I didn't want them beforehand, but the fact that they're taking it completely off the books is very strange to me. Like, there's got to be like some kind of game plan here. Maybe there's something else in store, and this is just kind of the first part. And the other thing that I was saying earlier before too is that I feel like in the past we've always gotten the notification that something was going to happen, and then the SEC filing afterwards. In this particular instance, it was reversal. So we just got the SEC filing at like 6:45 Central Standard Time this morning, and that's so unusual. Like, normally, I think I've seen it done, after closing hours. Um, as well as like Adam Aaron will usually hold his interviews with or his interviews will be released after market hours as well. So it's almost like the announcement and the SEC filing kind of occur almost simultaneously, or he waits to release the information until later. All right, we're about 2 minutes out from my price prediction for the day. The price is steadily holding at about $54 and increasing. Yeah, I might up my value just a tad bit from where I had adjusted it to. Ho, there's our 7 a.m. pokey. Here comes the volume. Pump up the volume. Pump it up. Oh, look at that volume. Puts us almost, it puts us at 432,000 volume, which is still a little low because I normally base volume on the day for an average. Like a good average for the day would be about 1 million in volume by around 7 a.m. 435,000 in volume is a little bit low. I'm basing my numbers today off of something that happened a month ago because I do feel like we're following a little bit of a pattern from what we saw a month ago when the price increased by a whole lot. A lot of you will remember this price increase back here when we went from, I don't even, some ridiculously low number, $18 up to $77. This right here is the 28th of May. Then there was a 3-day weekend, and then this is the price action the following day, which was about a $2 increase over time. It went from the 30 to 32. I think we're going to see something similar to that today as well. I think this would have been almost indicative of what we saw this last Friday. So we're at 54 now, so I might increase my price range from 56 to 59. After market hours, I think it's absolutely just going to tear through the roof, very similarly to how it did right here. So here's the $2 increase over the day, and then just absolutely skyrocketed in the after hours from 32 up to 40, 41-ish. Yeah. And then the next day after that, wow. Yeah. Not much left to be said. So let's go ahead and take a look at that. Where do we stand right now? Right now we're at $54 even. I'm going to go ahead and move my price range up to 56 for the low. Actually, I'm going to call it 55.90, just in case. We have a lot of those like days where it's like we're constantly pushing for like a specific dollar value, and sometimes we make it and sometimes we don't. So to give myself the most possible accurate number, there's chances that we lose out on it when we hit 55, 95 or 59, 55.98. So I'm going to go ahead and put that one in, and $3 higher than that, 58.95. And that's going to be my price range for the day. Looks like we broke out of that channel that I had made, but it was kind of I kind of rushed making that. It wasn't really a good formation, so I'm going to try and correct it a little bit here and see if it doesn't look a little bit better. now that we have a few more data points. Yeah, I'm not married to this channel at all. In fact, I don't. It's pretty bad. All right, write that down on my sticky note. Going for 55.90 to 58.90. All right. My brother-in-law says he wants to help play a part in this price prediction for the day, so we're going to give him an opportunity to come up with a price prediction. If John gets on here a little bit later, we'll add him into. Let's see. I need to add him in here. Now, Eric has not had the opportunity to participate in this, so he's going to be. I feel like we should give him points just to kind of get him up to speed on points here, because I'd hate for him to make it look like he doesn't have any history. Eric's been watching this stock. He's also a stockholder. He's heavily interested in what's going on and constantly watches and comments on the stream. So it'll be interesting to see what his price prediction is. Oh, and he's good. He's good at 52.93 to 55.93. Let's go. All right, I will edit that right now in there. $52.93. So actually not a whole lot different. Oh wait. Oh yeah. Yeah, so there's hardly any price gap difference. So between there. There's 3 cents between us for it to be wrong. So we cover like a huge range, somewhere between basically $53 to $59 is what we're basically covering, which is a healthy amount. We'll see what happens. All right, Eric's data is entered in. I'm pretty sure Reddit's going to get blown up right now on the retraction of the 25 million shares. Adam Aaron's. We should probably look at Adam Aaron's tweet because I'll bet you he did announce this. Okay, so 1 hour ago he did post this, which is it would have been before the release. I think it's pretty sure. I'm pretty sure that's definitely before I would have gotten the release of the SEC filing. So there was an announcement beforehand. He says it's no secret. I think shareholders should authorize 25 million more AMC shares, but what you think is important to us. Many yes, many no. AMC does not want to proceed with such a split. So we're canceling the July vote on more shares and no more such requests in 2021. That's the first tweet. The second tweet is, of course, voting on the other 4 issues requiring approval of the July 29th annual AMC shareholder meeting will continue on schedule, but Proposal 1 is hereby officially tabled. There will be no voting before 2022 on more shares. There it is. He tweeted it. He says, I see you, I hear you, I value you. Your voice matters. Well, thanks, Adam. I'm glad you think so. That's good. I'm really curious as to why they decided to. They must have decided to do this, issuing this first thing this morning. They had to have decided to have done this last week. It's really odd to me that they decided this last week. I mean, I don't have a problem with it. I personally would have liked the option to have been able to vote for the shares after the squeeze, of course, but taking it completely off the table shows huge amount of belief that they're not going to have any problems. And I guess they could always request the shares later down the road. So we're currently coming down to a level of support at $53.50. We'll likely bounce off of that or this ascending level marker and bounce back up off of that and head upwards. Or we could break through. I'm definitely looking forward to another tally today. I would love to get my second tally on the books for a price prediction. Yeah, I really feel like I need to give Eric like I need to give him like an extra, I need to just give him a point just for not being a part of this the previous week. Makes it look like he hasn't gotten any price predictions right. I know he had texted me last week some prices. Let me see if I can look him up and see if he was right anywhere. You know, this upward ascending channel here would definitely lead towards a breakout going down. You know, if the price got too high at some point, it would definitely make sense for the price to break back down. Kind of hovering it somewhere in between the support line of 53.50 and 55.11 would be the price range that, you know, it would probably start to back down a little bit. You know, maybe at the start of the opening market hour here. You know, would be an ideal point to see this chart kind of trend back in the way that it's supposed to be trending based on the 1 month wedge that we have going on. You know, trend back down and then up for the, you know, maybe the remainder of the day. Or maybe even just sidewards trading all the way up almost until the end of the day, very close to the end of the day anyways. And then breaking out very close to towards the end. Let's talk a little bit in the final moments before market open. Let's talk a little bit about Amazon, and I'll tell you why. There's something really important going on right now, and you know you're gonna have to break out your tinfoil hats here, and just bear with me for just a minute or two. But I just want to show you something really quickly that I think is huge. This actually kept me up last night because I feel like it's huge information. Um, 1 second here. Okay, let me pull this over here real quick. We'll just kind of cover this together. What is this? Perlita's 175th birthday. That's cool. All right, let's look at this real quick here. I just want to lead you guys down a little bit of a path. So let's talk about Bill Gates for a second. When did Bill Gates stop being the CEO of Microsoft? So we'll look that up real quick here. All right, so in 2020, in January, so I'm going to go back in time here a little bit. I don't know if any of y'all remember, we had Y2K in 2020. It was superly important to Microsoft, especially as with their operating system. They really felt like that there was going to be this crash on computers because of an operating system. It's actually, I believe it was a BIOS setting that would cause computers to switch time incorrectly once the new year hit, and causing like all kinds of financial disruptions and this, that, and the other. Nothing ever really came of it. But Bill Gates was still the CEO. He went through everything leading up to that point and decides to step down in January of 2020. And you go like, okay, well, why is that important? Well, CEOs, for those of you who might not know, are unable to exercise their shares or a portion of their shares because it would be considered insider trading as they hold the CEO position. So if you were possibly, as an example, one of the richest men in the world working for a company, and all of a sudden, oh, you know what, I forgot my camera wasn't on, and all of a sudden you see indicators that could lead you to believe that there's going to be a stock market crash. How would you protect your wealth? That's something you have to ask yourself. You know, like you have these multi billions and billions of dollars, but they're tied up in stocks that are in the company that you own. And in order for you to exercise those stocks, you have to step down from your position in order to utilize those. And so he steps down in January of 2020, and 3 months later, the dot-com crash happens. 3 months later. Did he possibly know that was coming? Did Microsoft possibly see the dot-com bubble occurring? I can't say that he did, but I think it's highly unusual that he would step down from a position like that at that company so close to a huge bubble. I would like to go back. I haven't done any research on this, but I'd like to go back and see if he sold shares leading up to that to secure his wealth. We know he was definitely, if I don't know if he was number one at the time, but it would have been at least top 5 in wealthiest people in the world. And so you ask yourself, like, why is that important? John's giving me a price prediction of 49.20 to 52.20. Interrupt this story for just 1 second. I will write his information down and put lines up in just a minute. So why is this important? Okay, Bill Gates steps down in 2020. In January of 2020, dot-com bubble happens 2 months later in 2020 in March. And Bill Gates' wealth is safe. So what do we have happening in Amazon right now? The day before, Monday, July the 4th, Jeff Bezos of Amazon, at 57 years old, decides to step down as the CEO of his company. Speculative, but does he possibly see having the thumb on the heartbeat of all of America's economic financials? He knows what's coming. Why would he step down from a position like that? The guy has been so involved in the building of his company, so involved. Like, just, I mean, he's I would dare to say that he is a lot like Steve Jobs in the fact that he prides himself in having a lot of control over what happens in his company. The fact that he's walking away from it at this point in time is extremely suspicious to me. He is the number one richest person in the world currently. If he sees or he smells a market crash coming, the best option for him is to step out of his CEO position, exercise some of his money so that he can secure his money and not have it set up in stocks to where it's going to drop in price, and hold his position in value, his wealth, right? Hold his wealth away from a volatile market. And so you got to ask yourself, like, why is he stepping down right now? It seems extremely odd. Um, and of course, this is again tinfoil hat, right? But I fully expect that he does expect to see some kind of market devaluation, and the only way for him to be able to protect himself in that is to step away from his CEO position and secure his wealth. So what I'm going to be watching, and a lot of you will be wondering, like, why in the world do I have Amazon uh, as a ticker? And that's the reason I have Amazon as a ticker. What I want to see is whether or not two things. I want to see if there's a price correction on the value of Amazon, and if there is, that could mean something. Also, I'm going to be looking at options. I had earlier had the options pulled up for Amazon. If the hedge funds sense a drop in price or failure in a price of a stock in the future, they will bet on that 100%. If they're going to be betting on a drop in price of Amazon, I think that could be the very first steps that we're going to see in a market crash or a market correction, a major market correction across the board. Let's see how the market's doing right now. We have more decliners right now than we have advancers. We have 3,949 decliners and 2,533 advancers. I don't know what's going to happen, but I think it's extremely odd that Bill Gates would quit 2 months before stock market crash, and being one of the richest men in the world of Microsoft, and just decides to walk away. And now you got Jeff Bezos, arguably a much more involved person in his company, uh, at 57 years old, deciding to step away. Why? Why now? I don't know. It seems odd to me. Just very odd. So that's my tinfoil hat conspiracy theory for the day. We will update John's price. So John has a price range of 49.2 to 52.2. So he's actually a little bearish on the stock right now. So let's go ahead and put up, he's always been blue, so I'm going to leave him as blue. But I'm going to put in, I guess I'm going to have to ask Eric what color he wants to be. Let's see. We're going to put John. Um, 52.2. I have to really zoom in on this one. And then I will change Eric's color. I'm going to give him an opportunity to let me know what color he wants, but I'll just change it in the meantime. Let's see, Eric's going to be we're going to give Eric an orange color because, you know, I know he's a big, huge fan of Texas Longhorns. Price predictions are in. All right. Still looking good here. Kind of following my twice modified ascending channel. Excuse me. My wife's currently on her way home. So I will step away as soon as she gets here, just so I can spend a little bit of time with her. So many lines on my chart. For those of you watching, the blue lines are kind of just a little bit of a price prediction on trends. Also, the yellow lines are Fibonacci retracements that indicate levels of support and resistance. Right now we have a level of support at $53.50. We're channeling in between that and a level of resistance at $55.11. There's a little bit of a price gap between John and Eric, between 52.20 and 52.93, for the stock to be able to hit that today, and which actually is right dead almost center for the wedge, the 1 month wedge. So if we hit that, there's definitely a chance that our missed calls for the day could be hit. All right, I'm going to probably sign off here for just a little bit and spend some time with the wife this morning just as she gets home. Let her know she's important. So I will leave everything up for you all to view. And I will be back shortly. Okay, I'm back. Nope, video's not on. And video live. All right. How are we looking? Let's see how our stonkometer, stonko tracker has 2.7 million shares available to borrow. That is, let's see, a lot higher than it was this morning when I took the screenshot. However, the amount of shares for ETF has lowered by about 300,000. So kind of a little bit of a share reshuffling there. Let's see. AMC options for the day. I kind of anticipated, I felt like today what you were really seeing is kind of investor hesitation on what's going to happen in the future. And the reason I say that is we've seen volumes really super high for AMC in the past. And for the end of this week, the options are just really kind of negligible. I think a lot of the positions were closed last Friday, especially the puts. I know there's talks about 500,000 puts that were not in the money. That doesn't seem to be the case currently. As it stands right now, the highest amount of call options is $50 at 18,000. $55 is a close runner-up at 17,867. So it's a real close runner-up. After that, the next highest value would be at the $145 mark with 13,575. For the put options, we're currently at 19,000. The big runner up, or not the big runner up, the big winner is the $45 strike price at 19,764. And the runner up to that would be $50 at 15,000. So between the strikes, or between the strike price of longs and shorts, or the puts and the calls, it would be $50 is kind of the consensus for where we're going to close by the end of this week. But at these volume levels, I would say that there's not a whole lot of confidence in those numbers. So I think a lot of people are kind of waiting to see what's going to happen over the next couple days in order to make more accurate bets. I hate calling them bets, but that's pretty much what they are. So not a whole lot of action there. Currently on AMC, in case anybody who's just now starting to watch comes on, we do not have, or we have some really new information today. Adam Aaron is taking the 25 million shares off the books. Eric's saying too much sideways trading for people to play options. Need a little more volatility for option traders to jump in. Yeah, investors are just kind of, I think, watching right now. The option traders are just sitting there going like, not really sure where this is going to go. Because it could swing either way, right? With low volume like this, Eric's 100% right. With low volume, it could swing either direction very quickly, very fast, and it doesn't leave a whole lot of room for error. We are breaking out of the wedge currently, heading upwards. We're at 53.74. We have AMC's hot topic right now, again, of course, is that Adam Aaron posting this morning on Twitter saying that he's listening to us and that he's taking the options off the table. So there is no proposal one or for 25 million shares for this vote. Big news. I don't know how I personally feel about that. I feel like I wanted the option to be there because I do want to save AMC. This is not about just making money. This is always about the movement of saving a company who's being attacked by a hedge fund. And I think without that option to give them 25 million shares after a squeeze taken away, I feel like it could put the company in jeopardy. Um, and I have my reasons for that. There's things that I haven't really spoken about too much on the channel because I feel like it can cause some fear. I personally don't fear it, but I know a lot of people could fear it, so I haven't really talked about it much. But it does have to do with COVID, and I know this is something that Adam Aaron has talked about before. Another shutdown, would be terrible on the company. But he also did say that they had $2.1 billion and that would get them through the end of the year, regardless of whether they had another shutdown or not. So, there is that. We'll see what happens. But I don't think that another shutdown would stop the squeeze. Um, because ultimately what that has to do with is whether or not us retail investors continue to hold. If we paper hand away our shares, then yeah, it'll definitely impact the price of the stock. But if we all hold and continue to hold, regardless of what happens to the company, we still win. So I'm very bullish. Let's see. And the other thing that I thought was interesting about these filings is that they occurred first thing this morning. I was wrong initially. I had stated that normally we see an announcement and then the filings, and that's true. Like in the last couple, I don't know, I guess within the last 6 months, most of the time the filings were done at the end of the day, and then very shortly thereafter there was an announcement. Um, this time the announcement came first, and I got the notification of the report of the filing afterwards. So I would imagine that the filing has to come first, but these were submitted according to these today, um, and I got the notifications. I believe it was at 7:45 Eastern time. So somebody's up bright and early working really hard on this stuff because I have not seen that before, especially after a 3-day weekend. It strikes me as very odd. This is obviously a decision that they made. I don't believe they made this decision over the weekend. I believe they made it sometime last week. Um, it could be a reaction to lower volume. Um, if Adam Aaron perceives that investors are not as bullish because of the fact that there's 25 million shares on the table, and he's trying to get rid of that fear. Um, thanks, Adam. Appreciate that, but the only people that I think that are selling that have fear right now would be the people who are maybe purchased in it at 70 some dollars and they're panicking. There might be others that have fear as well, but ultimately I believe everybody's holding. And I think the data shows that. And as volume is low, it doesn't really worry me. So we broke out of the wedge, heading into the opening of the market. Again, if we have a 2% increase as the market opens, I'll play the beginning intro just to give everybody some chills as we rocket into new levels. SSR is on for today. Short share interest, short share restriction is in place from last Friday when we dipped below the SSR value, and that will continue on until the end of today's trading. Our new SSR value that we would have to hit is 46.76 in order for that to trigger for tomorrow. I don't see that happening. For those of you who are watching, there's price predictions on my chart. There's 3 different price predictions. the purple line is the price prediction for, or actually I should call it maroon. We'll call it maroon because that's what color he asked for. Eric's predictions. Blue down here is blue right there, and where's the other one? I only see one. Oh, there it is. It's hidden. Those are John's predictions, and my predictions are in burnt orange here and up here. So I'm the bull today. I'm looking for bull numbers. I would say that Eric is looking for almost down. He's a little higher than he's a little bullish, and John is bearish today. John is looking for 52.20. What did he have written down? John's got 52.20 as the upper level that he thinks it's going to close at, which actually a good portion of his value does fall within the wedge today. In fact, the 52.20 is almost dead center with the consolidation, so it's definitely likely. I think we cover a pretty good spread today on prices, so I can't imagine us missing it all. 8 minutes until we go live. And the price is coming back down, back into the wedge. I want to say, typically speaking, when the market opens, we tend to trend downwards for probably the first 5 minutes before and after the market open, but that's not always the case. We definitely do have days where we start off on a green trend right off the bat. So it's going to be interesting to see. We had Germany was slightly bullish over the weekend. They did finish us out higher than what we had closed out on Friday, an after-hour market. Here we are about 7 minutes, 7 minutes and counting, and we just started to have a little bit of a spike downwards. So here comes the shorts, doing their thing. I think a lot of the times they try to start the day off with a downwards trend just to kind of set the mood, I guess, for the day. And it depends on how much investor pushback there is. It either changes that attitude or not. A lot of people are extremely in favor on Reddit. A lot of people are extremely in favor of what Adam Aaron did this morning. I had a post on I posted earlier this morning on Reddit that AMC had filed to remove the proposal one. I think I might have been one of the first to post that, but I'm getting blown up today. But the most current message right now is from Rain6637 saying, we're doing it. This is happening." All capital letters. Yeah, some of the posts are just I love our Reddit community on AMC stock. It's an amazing group of people. They give me chills. The whole corn dog stuff this weekend. I mean, a lot of people were starting to get upset about that, and I get it, but I mean, I think there's a lot of people in here that just have a sense of humor, and they like to call us stupid money, and fine. We'll post corn dogs with stick up our butts. Oh man, I love this community. Eric Albers is saying he thinks that Adam Aaron's news will help today's price. I think so. I really do think that it will help the price as well. Um, I think it sends a message to investors that, hey, we don't need this. This is something we wanted to have in order to do something. They wanted to do something with that money that they would have gotten from those stocks, but they're saying we're confident that we don't need it. And I think that tells investors, hey, you know, we're good. It doesn't matter what happens for the rest of this year. We're good. And I don't know how you can't be bullish with that. That's definitely a bullish indicator from the company. I mean, again, I still would have liked the option to been able to have voted for those after a squeeze, but yeah. Thanks, Adam Aaron. Thanks for listening. I think we'll see some good positive results from this for sure. Okay, so we're getting a little positive movement here. We're down to the last 3 minutes before open, 2 minutes before open, and the investor feelings right now are pushing us green. We're having some bullish movement. We started to kind of trend back down, back into the wedge that I had created earlier, um, and now we kind of bounced off that line and just kind of we bounced off the 5350 line of support and just started continuing trending back up. I would love to see a 2% increase on the open, starting the market open, just so I can play in the beginning of my intro for the day. For those of you who are watching right now, anybody who watches, um, definitely worth watching the beginning and the ending of my day. I don't know, it gives me chills to watch that stuff. I'm a sap for music. Okay, market is live. We are getting that downwards trend a little bit. Big spike in volume right off the bat. And it is bullish volume at this point. There we go. Getting a little bit of a blast off. Looking really good. Oh hell. I feel like I gotta play it. I don't know if it's too early. I feel like I gotta play the music. I don't know what to do. I want to play it, but it's more than 2%. I feel like it's a play. I'm calling it. All right, I'm playing it. I'm gonna cut my mic off.
T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, main engine start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
Separation confirmed. Guidance now converging. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
You sound good.
Discovery Houston, negative return.
Copy, negative return.
And the fall back down. I guess we are returning. And that's the way the ball bounces. And we return to Earth. Fairly quickly there. I do like that intro though. Irregardless of the outcome, it always makes me feel good. So earlier in the show, I was talking about a topic that I think everybody's kind of missed a little bit. I've always felt like one of the key indicators that we would see in the squeeze of this is the fact that we have a delta ratio to the rest of the market. Meaning, when the market crashes, we're going to go up. When the market does well, we're going to go down. And looking at the market right now, there's heavy decliners, almost 4,000, with 3,949 with 2,533 advancers. I think the one thing that I want to talk about today that I'm going to stress multiple times throughout the day is that if a market crash is what's coming, or could be a key indicator to the start of a squeeze for AMC, then you have to look for signs for that. And one of the really important topics that nobody's really touching on at all whatsoever is the fact that in 2000, Bill Gates, the owner of Microsoft, stepped down from his position in January, right after Y2K was over. He stepped down from his position as CEO of the company. And 2 months later, the dot-com bubble happened in March of 2000. And you have to ask yourself, did he see that coming? Being in the software industry of companies, he knew it was probably coming in the future. And as a CEO, in order to exercise your options or exercise your shares that you have that are tied up in the company, you have to step down from the position because there are some limitations as a CEO of a company that restrict you from insider trading, and so you don't really have access to all the shares that you have until after you've stepped away. So Bill Gates steps away, and 2 months later the stock market crashes. Richest man, I don't know if he was the richest man in the world, but he would have been in probably at least the top 3. And so you have to ask yourself, did he see that coming? So this Monday, July 4th, out of the clear blue, on an anniversary of Amazon, Jeff Bezos says, I'm stepping down as CEO of Amazon. And I'm sitting there going like, what? Like Jeff Bezos leaving Amazon? That's like so out of the blue. I don't know. Maybe it's been talked about. I didn't hear anything. This is completely just caught me off guard. And so I'm sitting there thinking about this, and I'm going like, okay, well, why would Jeff Bezos at 57 years old, I looked it up, why would he choose to do something like this now? He's the richest man in the world. He doesn't have anything stopping him from making money. Amazon's doing great as far as I know. Their stocks seems to be doing really well. And if you'll notice, I put Amazon's stock ticker up here. I'm going to be watching their ticker really closely today. As far as I can see, it's doing really well. It's almost up $70 for the day on the announcement of Jeff Bezos leaving the company. And I'm wondering, is he stepping down to protect his wealth? If Jeff Bezos has some kind of inkling to the idea that the market's going to crash, it would behoove him to step down, exercise his options, cash out, collect some of his wealth, and sit on the sidelines as the market goes down. And so I think a huge indicator that we need to be looking at as apes is the price of Amazon. What's going to happen to it? If it starts tanking, if we start seeing a lot of option trading that shows that there's a bearish activity in the future for Amazon, then I think those are huge indicators that the stock market crash is coming. And those would be indicators that would indicate that to me, that the squeeze is going to happen. So that's kind of that's something I'm looking at right now. I think Amazon has its thumb on the heartbeat of America, especially in its good trades in all of the United States. And if there's anybody out there, if there's any company out there that's going to see what's coming in the future, it's going to be Amazon. It's going to be Walmart. Trying to think of other companies that would see this kind of stuff happening. But with Jeff Bezos being the richest man in the world, I think he sees something coming, and I think he wants to protect his wealth. That man, I view him as being like Steve Jobs in regards to the fact that he is 100% invested into the daily operations of everything that happens in the company. He really has a hold on the company. Let's just call it micromanagement. And for him to just walk away from the company like this is, well, I mean, he's not really walking away, but for him to step down as CEO, I think is speaks loud, very loud, to me as an investor. I guess we'll see what happens in the future, though. AMC's taken a downturn for the morning. We're heading towards $53. We broke past the line of support at 53.50. The next level of support that I have listed is 52.19. They're definitely driving the price down today, or at least attempting to. Volume is at 10 million, 10.5 million. If there is a descending channel forming here, that does show a future bullish breakout. While we're sitting here watching the price, I'm going to check out the Amazon options just because I am curious about. I checked them out earlier today, and I didn't really see anything that stood out to me as far as Amazon goes for option trading. But we weren't looking at 2% increases in a stock that is $3,580. Let's see here. I'm specifically looking for put options. Ones that indicate that they think that the price is going to be dropping significantly lower. And I'm not seeing it right now. In fact, the first level of it dropping would be 3,500, which is where it was at pretty much at open this morning. I'm pretty sure. Just looking real quick. 35.30, around there. So I am looking at the options for AMC again, and I just want to point out that there is a lot of people, what appears to be in the money on the 50, 51, 52 option price points, and it looks like they're trading out as the volume's decreasing. Like, I mean, there's hardly any volume whatsoever. The volume is super, super low right now overall for the entire stock. I mean, there's just no indications of anybody suspecting what's going to happen in the futures. And that's actually the same for both sides. I mean, even the put options, there is some more puts, and they are kind of guesstimate. It looks like they're kind of looking at like $51 as being like a possibility. But I mean, it looks like for the most part on options on either side, people are really staying away from this. I don't think anybody wants to make a guess on what's going to happen this week. Yeah, Eric's commenting on the Bezos thing. I just, I really don't understand why Bezos would be stepping down now. There was, as far as I know, there was no indications to him talking about leaving the company. Prior to this, at least not to my knowledge. I feel like that's really big news, and I feel like people are glossing over it, like it's not big news, and that's huge. He's the richest man in the world, and he's just stepped down from his company. Um, in my mind, that's like, wow, what's next? Because stuff usually follows those kind of movements, you know. I don't know. It's just how I feel. You know, Bill Gates, he quit 2 months before the stock market crash due to the dot-com bubble. I mean, how did that happen? Like, how did he manage to squeeze that out? You know, and he had to be raking in the bucks after 2000 with Y2K. I mean, they were doing all kind of software patch updates and, um, you know, just Bill Gates absolutely timed that perfect. You know, right after Y2K, it's like, hey, I'm out. See you later, guys. It's up to you now. And then the stock market crashes 2 months later. Okay, good job. Way to call that one. Now Jeff Bezos. I don't know. That's We'll see what happens. I would love to see what their earnings report. Although their earnings report would have been listed a while ago, so it probably won't show anything. But it would be interesting to see if their earnings report does reflect a prediction on lower income for this next quarter. I can't believe the stock's up $73 after the announcement of his leaving the company. I mean, how does that happen? You know, we are talking about a stock, of course. It trades at $3,500. I don't know. Seems pretty crazy. Yeah, John's saying that there's also big news for Bill Gates to avoid some kind of huge money hits. There was speculation several months back that when Bill Gates got his divorce, that it was not necessarily due to his money was tied up into certain things that the only way that he could have pulled out was through a divorce, because whenever a divorce happens, you have to consolidate all the funds of everybody and then decide how it's going to get split up. And there's actually people who are speculating, myself included, that he was doing that for a reason. That there was a reason why they were getting a divorce, and it wasn't because they weren't wanting to be married anymore, but it was a financial move on their part. Um, he could have absolutely been uh, a little more privy to earlier to what's about to happen than Jeff Bezos. So yeah, absolutely. I think I don't know if there was other news. I didn't see the other news, but I do know that his divorce definitely allowed him to consolidate some of his funds that were tied up. Cinemark is down right now, 2% for the day. Dogecoin over the weekend. It's one of the ones I like to look at for pump and dump. They were up. I think I want to say it was 26 cents last week. Yeah, 26 cents, and have since dropped down to currently running at 23 cents. So they've lost 3 cents. They did get as low as 22. I wouldn't really say that was a pump and dump at all. There was definitely some before that, though. Whoa, that's massive. Yeah, we'll see what happens with them. GME is down 2.5% right now. Eerily similar pattern to how we're trading today. Not unusual, but very similar. We are currently trading in between John and Eric's price predictions. So everybody is out of point right now. This is where we were to close the day. We are coming closer to John's price prediction point, though. And we just hit it. John's got an upper of 52.20. Eric has a lower of 52.93 with an upper of 55.90. Mine's 55. Oh, wait a minute. I have those colors inversed. I'm sorry. 55.93 is Eric's. I got these colors backwards. Let me fix this. It's much easier to change color than it is to drag and change them. Was it 55.92? That was 55.93. That number is not accurate. Let's fix that. Okay, we are testing 52.19. Let's check Reddit real quick here, see what else people have commented on the Adam Aaron reversal for the day. I do have some more updates. Let's see what we got here. We have retired 35 YOLO. I dreamt last night the price of AMC was $500 and GME was 2,000, and someone was saying it's ripping AMC 800,000. And then Risk C 9558 says AA is a monster ape. Kudos, senior. Protocol Gemini Reddit said, "What if AA put it on the table just for it to be removed and further shoot the price up on good news?" I don't really think that's I don't think that's a possibility. I mean, I think it helps. No Mud 6951 says, "I think so many apes already voted no and voiced their opinions about dilution on Twitter, so he canned it all together. The street and the hedge funds would have loved more shares. Let's get this squeeze out of the way and inflict some damage to these crooked hedge funds. Make a change in the system, then they can dilute away. Apes will vote yes and buy everything at that point. Just my opinion." Yeah, I mean, the general consensus. There were some people out there that were willing to vote yes right away for it. I think the general consensus was let's squeeze first, then we'll vote yes for it. I'm a little bit sad that it's not on the table because I think that I would like it to be there, and I don't know how long it takes the company to put something like this back up for a vote. But if they really don't think that they need it, then they don't need it, and that's okay too. And then this SLVX, I can't even say the name. They said, "Screw everyone." I can't say the word. "Screw everyone who is against AA. Check and mate, you mofos." You know, it's. I don't think. I don't think anybody's against Adam Aaron. Not all of us believe his intentions are exactly face value what he says. You know, I think anybody in a position like that has ulterior motives for anything that they do, and it's not bad ulterior motives. I definitely think that he's thinking it for the best of the company. But yeah, you know, whatever. We're mofos, I guess, because we didn't like the idea that the shares were going to be issued. Whatever. So we have a little bit of a downwards channel setting up here. I'm going to go ahead and draw it out now. I'm feeling a little more comfortable about where we stand on this. I don't know if my heavy breathing into this microphone is annoying or not, so let me know if it is. I feel like sometimes I'm like breathing like we're like the Darth Vader of YouTubers, AMC YouTubers. Descending channel. We had a little bit of fun yesterday in this household. One of the kids got sick with 102. I think it was 102.9 temperature, I was like, great. I mean, we had COVID back in March, late March, and no fun. And so we're really hoping, um, really hoping this is not COVID. More COVID. Hopefully everybody had a safe 4th of July. I know since you're on here, Eric, talking, you must have had a safe 4th of July. Give me my point. What point? John said he wants his point. I don't know what point he wants. Oh, he wants it now? That might end up being the closest you get to seeing your point. You get touched. You got touched on your point. I hope you felt graced. Broke out of the channel, heading a bullish direction. Eric's saying boring 4th. Yeah, I mean, I don't know how much rain you had where you were at. We had a little bit of rain over here. And it was, I mean, it was fine. It was a little humid out when we went to go do some fireworks outside. Oh my gosh. So we bought this one called Snow Cone. It was a fountain. And highly recommend that for anybody who does fireworks wherever they're at. The Snow Cone one is definitely cool for kids. I mean, it's not a good one for adults, but it's definitely a good kids fountain. It was really colorful, lasted forever. I mean, that thing just kept on. I want to say it was like a 3-minute fountain, and I think it was somewhere between like 20 or $30 for it. It wasn't that bad. We had we got the Irish something or other. I forget what it was called, but the lady at the stand, I asked her. I said, "Okay, well, what box fireworks do you recommend?" And she pointed out. It seemed like she pointed out the ones that they had the least amount of left on the shelf, and I wasn't sure if she was just trying to get rid of them. But then she did point one out that was there was actually a lot of them left on the shelf. So I don't know, but one of them was Irish something or other, and she said it's like one of the oldest, long-standing, reoccurring box fireworks that you can buy. It's like the box where it shoots, like you light it up on the side of the box and then it sets off like, I don't know, 20 or 25 fireworks into the sky. And it was all right. I mean, I didn't think it was all that spectacular. It just kind of fire up in the air and do a nice little pop. Nothing too special. Oh, and then they also had, this year they had a sword. I'm trying to remember what the sword was called. So for kids, like typically speaking, you get them like Roman candles or those really long sparklers. And this year they had this sword, and so it was a plastic handle sword, and you lit the tip of the sword out. You lit it up, and it was just kind of shoot sparkles out of it. It was really cool. You could swing it around, and made smoke circles and stuff around your body or whatever, just swinging it, and it was really neat. I liked it. Didn't last for very long, but it was fun. And the fireworks out of control this year. Holy smokes, man. We had so many people lighting off fireworks this year. I have no idea how. Like, the police are probably going to go nuts next year on the cracking down because this year was nuts. I think so many people are like pent up and just wanting to get out and do fireworks, I think. So volume's kind of low still. Let's see. We're not an hour into trading yet, and we're about 17 million. If we were to hit 20 by an hour, that's low. That's pretty low volume. Let me check something out here. I'm going to go back to May 28th because I'm basing a lot of what's happening right now off of what happened on May 28th. So let me go back here a little bit. So here's the 28th, and I was kind of suspecting today might look a little bit like the 1st of June. How much volume did we have that day? It was lower than the previous week. And we had, I think we closed last week at 90. So, yeah, I think we'll have less volume today. For sure. Let me pull back and see how volume looked back then. That can't be right. It's saying 508 million in volume on June 1st? That seems awfully high. Let me just check that to verify. Oh, I guess it's true. A lot more volume during that time. Interesting. So if volume is decreasing and price is increasing, volume decreasing, price increasing, that's bearish. Ooh. Well, I guess we'll see what happens. I mean, I guess the price could definitely drop lower if we have low volume, but it really could swing either direction. A little bit of investor positivity, increase in the stock, especially with what Adam Aaron had to say today, could easily swing the price up. And they can't really short like they normally do on a day like today with SSR enabled. Eric, when you say price lower, FOMO started, you're talking about way back when we were in the. I see what you're saying. Yeah, you were saying we had really high volume, but we were at a low price, and people were really scared of missing out, and that's why the price rose as fast as it did. Which would indicate, which what you're saying is that the reason we're seeing lower volume now is simply an indicator of the fact that people don't want to invest as much, or the price is outside their target, their range, which is definitely a factor. Which is why I would love to see a stock split. That would be amazing. I would love to double my shares and see the price drop down to like $26, $27 a share. We are picking up volume a little bit. We're already at 18 million with about 15 minutes left to go for the first hour of trading. Um, that could be. I think 20 million by the first hour is healthy. I mean, it's not ideal, but it's definitely healthy. I wouldn't call that an indicator of it decreasing. I wonder. I wonder if options trading not being or having low volume options could be kind of a negative factor, I think. Um, looks like Adam's joining in on what's being said today. Again, a look at Ortex data for those of you who didn't see it earlier. The on loan average age days is still on an upwards trend. That's good. Utilization dropped a little bit, about a percentage point, 8601 to 8505. The current short interest is 18.36. And oh, I forgot to check this. Let's see if we have an update here. Trading signals for the NYC. Okay, no new trading signals for the stock yet, as of yet. Looks like I just bought a share. One share. We're bouncing off of that support line of 52.19 as well again today for the second time. Reddit user Fortuna38 is requesting that we vote for AA for the cover of Time magazine. Most of the comments are like, no. This was posted an hour ago by Stock Baron WSFU. Bank of America, Merrill Edge. I thought it was Merrill Lynch, but whatever. Said to have put restrictions on trading in AMC Entertainment, GameStop joining others, including Robinhood. Merrill Edge said the two are now blocked for open transactions and have also been moved to a 100% margin requirement for existing positions. I only see AMC with a R so far. Pre-market is interesting for sure. Something is heating up. What do you think? I mean, I don't know what to think, but I do see that we're forming a nice W right now. That is a really nice W that's forming. I don't know what to think. Let's see what some of the users wrote. I think we should buy more before this rocket lifts off. Bank of America had a shitload of puts in the last quarter. LMAO, get wrecked, BOFA. Yeah, I'm not a big fan of Bank of America. The only thing that they've ever done for me, they had a program where if you invest, I think it was like if you put $250 into an account, opened up an account with $250, they would give you $250 after 6 months or something like that. And in order to buy my first triathlon bike that I ever bought, it was about a $500 bike, and so I put the 250 in, and convinced my ex-wife to let me buy for $250 the bike that I needed to buy in order to start racing. And so I did. She let me do that, and then I basically, put the other, once I got the other 250 back, I just closed the account. And for the longest time, they kept sending me information about how the account had like a penny in it or something like that, and they wanted to try and charge me some kind of interest for having insufficient funds or something like that. It's like, are you kidding me? When I close the account, shouldn't you give me my interest as well, so that I don't have to worry about the account not being closed? And so we went through a fight back and forth on that one, and eventually they just kept the penny, and I never paid any fees at all. I don't like Bank of America. They screwed my parents on a home loan as well. And during the 2000, I think that was during the 2008 debacle. What is Merrill Edge? I didn't even know. I don't even know what that is. I thought it was Merrill Lynch. It's a retail banking company. It must be. Okay, so they're both owned by Bank of America, and both brokers provide investment services. Merrill Lynch was founded as an independent company in the early 1900s. It was acquired by Bank of America in 2008. In 2010, the combined company launched Merrill Edge as a low-cost discount broker, with Merrill Lynch catering to wealthier clients. There are other differences too. Let's take a look at them. Oh man. Merrill Edge versus Merrill Lynch pricing. Fees and commissions vary widely between the two companies. Merrill Lynch does not offer self-directed accounts, so its pricing schedule is for managed account services. Merrill Edge, on the other hand, offers both self-directed and low-cost managed accounts. For self-directed accounts, Merrill Edge charges $0 for stock and ETF trades. There are no transaction fee mutual funds available with the broker. Funds that carry a transaction fee cost of $19.95 on both the buy and sell sides. Fixed income products are priced on a markup and markdown basis. A Merrill Edge broker account comes with no annual fee. There are also no fees for maintenance, inactivity, or low balance. Interesting. Welcome to the channel, Bo. I don't know where you're hailing from. I appreciate the advertising. That's awesome. We're just doing AMC stock market trends here. If you want to ask questions or you want to see something specific, I'm streaming L2 book order books, and Ortex. I have Ortex that I can always pull up if you want to see any specific data on Ortex. I've got it here, and we can pull that up and check it out. I stream from 6 a.m. Central Standard Time until 3 p.m. Unless something crazy happens in the aftermarket, then I might go a little bit later. But for the most part, I just kind of wanted to provide. I'm just sitting here monitoring the stock. I'm fully invested in this, and I wanted to provide. I knew there were times when I wanted to look at AMC from locations where I didn't have access to data, and I wanted to be able to see it, and I couldn't find any live streams that were like constant. It was really cool to see like the masked investor. He'd be on in the mornings and in the afternoons. Trey would be on in the mornings, sometimes in the afternoons, but usually the afternoons were posts that were pre-recorded or whatever. And nobody really did like a from open to close, so to speak, um, streaming. And I kind of felt like there was a need for that. I'm not on here all the time. I will leave the stream running and I'll walk away and I'll have lunch. And I take a half hour for lunch and a couple half-hour breaks throughout the day. It's really difficult to go 9 hours just continuously talking. But yeah, this is where it's at. I'm here watching this constantly, and I'm really excited and pumped about this stock. So appreciate joining. And man, it is difficult talking nonstop for 9 hours. I can't do it. I don't know. I wish I had the kind of excitement Trey had, but my God, I don't have that kind of energy anymore. I am a talker, but not that much. Damn, that guy, he can talk. It reminds me of my son went through. I have an older son. In high school, he did debate teams, and one of the things they taught him was this like really fast way of talking, and you can almost not even understand what it was they were saying. I couldn't even understand my own son, and if it was about making sure that they could get all the information that they had to present in like a 2-minute span or something like that. And I feel like if I had to guess, I feel like Trey might have been on one of those debate teams when he was in high school, because I think that's where you pick up those kind of skills. Um, but yeah, that's the differences between him and my son is that you can actually understand Trey every word. And the first time I saw him, I was like, "Holy God, is this guy like is he on speed or something?" I'm like, "What the hell?" And I have guest speakers too. I have guys that come on and talk with me. I'm expecting maybe John here a little bit later. And this is a really fun one. I was talking about my grandmother last week, and I should probably know how old she is, and I really don't. I think she's 90 something, 91 maybe, 92. She's seen a lot of crap in her lifetime. I mean, a lady who grew up on a farm where they used to use corn husks as toilet paper to cell phones, right? Like there's a huge disparity between where she started off in life and where she's at now. And I thought it would be really cool to bring her on. She she wanted to invest in AMC. She had been hearing about what was going on. I really didn't push it on her. She just kind of came to me and was like, "Hey, I kind of want to invest some money into AMC." And I was like, "What? Really? Okay." So she's in this. I probably shouldn't disclose her position. I'll leave that to her to say, but I think I might get her on the channel here and talking. I would absolutely love, while we're watching the price go up and down, to have her sit here and just talk about the different things that she's seen in her lifetime. I know for me, one of the most important things I've been in stock since probably 1998. Is when I got my first 401k. And I really didn't know what the heck I was doing in 1998. I was investing in mutual funds in my 401k through the company that I was with, and I was treating them like stocks. I really didn't even understand what a mutual fund was. I thought it was just a stock, that was, I mean, it kind of is, but it's not, it acts a lot differently. But I was trading it like a stock, and and so I ended up losing a bit of money. And I think that's kind of like the natural progression for a lot of people. That when they first get into the market, they don't understand exactly what it is that they're doing, and so they tend to make a lot of investments. There's like a natural progression. Like what I see people doing is they start off with mutual funds, right? And then maybe they decide to go out and get their first either margin account or brokerage account that's separate from their 401k, and they'll start doing things like penny stocks, right? It's like a natural progression. Back then, we didn't really have cryptocurrencies, so um, cryptocurrency is probably like the new penny stock of the past. But they kind of almost go hand in hand. Where like a lot of new investors now will come in mutual funds, right, and then straight into like cryptocurrency. And and then after I got burned. I got burned in the .com bubble in 2000, and I was invested in I want to say a lot of housing. There was a lot of building that was going on in the area that I lived in, and I thought the housing market really seemed like a good sector. And so I invested in that, and that tanked. Actually, everything really tanked, especially after 9/11. Once 9/11 hit, I took another hit, and I took a break for a while after that. And then in 2006, 7, 8ish, I decided, oh, maybe I'll give it a try again. So I started investing some more, and got into some penny stocks, and yeah, that didn't go anywhere for me. And I found it really difficult to trade. And in those days, I think 2008ish was about the time when a lot of companies started, a lot of brokerage companies started offering like E-Trade, people to be able to do trades at like a low cost, what was considered to be a low cost back then. And so it became a lot easier for people to invest in the stock market. And I got burned out again around that 2008 bubble, and kind of stayed off of it for a while. And then I got really excited about Facebook. When Facebook launched its IPO, I was like, man, I think that's really going to go someplace. I have faith in it. I believe that they are collecting vast amounts of data that's going to be hugely useful and marketable to a lot of companies. And so what I did is I bought a lot of Facebook stock, and it tanked. It tanked hard, and I got laughed at a lot at work, a lot. But after 2 years, I doubled my money, and so that was a big win for me. And unfortunately, I sold at the time due to some money issues that I had, and I needed the money. Um, but yeah, I doubled my money off of Facebook, and kind of was like, yeah, I'm burnt out on this again. So I walked away, and then I saw this. Um, I really liked the movement for GME. I wanted to be a part of it. I got in on like the 28th or 29th of January. I bought 2 stocks of GME at that really high price of like 350 or I think it was $325 a share. And I was waiting for some of my mutual funds to close their position in order to invest a larger portion of money. So I had already invested at that point like 700 or $650 into GME, and I had like another $2,000 I was going to put into it, but I was waiting for the funds to clear. And of course, everything tanked, and I started looking at everything that was going on. I was like, no, I still really believe in what's happening. And so I went ahead and I invested in AMC because I really felt like you could get more bang for your buck. AMC seemed like a better deal to me. I really felt like AMC in the long run, I was buying in at like $13 or so, and I was like, I feel like I can get more value out of AMC than I can GME. And so I bought AMC. I bought a lot of shares of AMC, but I bought it high at like 13 or $14, and it crashed down to like 8 and then 5. And I kept averaging down as time went on because I really believe in this movement. I honestly and heartedly believe that this is going to move up, and it's just a matter of time before the squeeze happens. I don't know how much time it's going to be, and I have predictions. And for those of you who are new to the channel, what you're going to see is you're going to see some orange lines, you're going to see some purple lines, and you're going to see some blue lines. And those lines indicate there's three of us that are kind of looking at this right now. It's John, Eric, and myself. Um, John and I have been doing this since last week. We just started last week doing these live streams. We were just sitting here watching the stocks anyways, and I wanted to provide to the community level 2 book orders and or text data. And so what we're doing is we're doing price prediction at 7 o'clock in the morning every day. And we're kind of predicting what we think the closing price is going to be for the day. And then we're giving ourselves hash marks for a tally mark if we're right or we're wrong. And John got one last week. I got one last week. And we missed 2 days. We started the price predicting on Tuesday. Eric's a new joiner to the group for price prediction for the day. This is his first day on the price prediction. Eric's got the, or I'm going to call it maroon, but it's really purple. But we'll call it maroon because he wanted maroon. Don't tell him I said that. So he's predicting 52.93 to, and it's a $3 price range. So we're kind of looking at what we think is going to be the trend. And he's looking the best today. It's trading right in between John's and Eric's price predictions for the day right now. John's high is 52.20. Eric's low is 52.93. So it's trading like right in between their two price predictions. The yellow lines that I got going on here are Fibonacci retracements, kind of like levels of support and levels of resistance. So right now we're trading between 52.19 and 53.50, 53.50 being the level of resistance and 52.19 being the level of support. And we've already bounced off of 52.19 twice. And if I zoom out a little bit, you'll see that I've created the wedge that you've probably seen on almost everybody's channel. Let's go back out a month, 3 months, month, I don't know. But I've got the wedge in here. There's my Fibonacci retracements. There's the wedge that we've been trading inside. We are still currently inside the wedge. As I zoom out here, you'll see that it comes to a point. I believe the point ends not today, not tomorrow, not the next day, but I guess that would be the 9th. So, you know, we're getting close to breaking out of this wedge. Some people would say that we broke out Friday, but, you know, that was a fake attempt on, I really do believe that was a fake attempt to try and drive the price lower by the hedge funds. You know, they tried to do that iceberg research. And almost instantly, you know, one of the first things I did was like look up their website, and I was like, "What is this? Is this a joke? Like, this isn't even a real website." And yet you had like all these, you know, media sources being like, "Oh, this research firm says that this, you know, this company can't sustain these kind of levels of investment." It was bogus, complete bogus. I don't even understand how that floated. It's terrible journalism. Hit pieces. It had to be hit pieces written for them to try and sway investors to dump their stocks. But we held, and then we rallied back last Friday. I had a great 4th of July weekend. I don't know about you all. There were shit tons of fireworks this year. I couldn't believe how many fireworks we had. It was absolutely amazing. Like you could tell there's an excitement in people in general just being out and about again, and you know, almost like this was like the first time in like a year and a half that we've been able to like get together in groups and do stuff like fireworks. Where I live, we're like just slightly outside the border of the city limits, not quite enough to really be considered legal for those really big fireworks, but the cops don't really come out here to where I live, and so everybody just lights them off. Oh my God. It was like I felt like we were living in a war zone 2 nights ago. It was great. My dog loves the fireworks. He goes out there in the middle of the street and we light him off, and he watches them. He looks up in the sky and watches them. It's great. I love it. Where is he at? He's right here behind me. Hey Bruno. He's like, let me see if I can point this down to him. I don't know if y'all can see that. He's just laying like a sack of potatoes down on the ground down there. think he's passed out. He's tired. He had one too many. If y'all got any requests on data that you would like to see, throw it out there in the chat, and I'd be more than willing to pull it up. Tinfoil hat on here. I haven't talked about this in the last hour. I have actually. I have Amazon as on up here on my ticker. I really wanted to see with Jeff Bezos announcing on Monday that he's stepping down as the CEO of the company. I wanted to see what that was going to have to do with the price of the stock and especially options. And I have a little theory. I have a theory that Jeff Bezos is stepping down in order to be able to exercise his options in his shares. Most CEOs can't sell the large portion of shares that they have that are assigned to them until they step down from their position due to insider trading. And I think Jeff Bezos, I think he suspects that there's going to be a market crash soon. I can't see a reason why a 57-year-old man who's super invested in his company would decide to just up and walk away all of a sudden on an anniversary of the company. I mean, maybe he's got new plans. That's always a possibility, but yeah, he's walking away, and I'll be interested in seeing if he ends up selling some of his shares to try and secure his wealth. GME is down $6 for the day. Doge is at 23 cents. I monitor Doge simply for, I think it's a pump and dump, and I like to see when the hedge funds are really going to try and fight us the most. And so when I see that price drop quite a bit, I know that the next day is going to be kind of rough on AMC stock price, which is good for me because I like buying the dips. I love it. Every time we get one of these 20% dips, I'm loving it. Hold on a second. I'll be right back. Wife just came back home. She's got breakfast for me. Breakfast of champions, McDonald's. American breakfast. I got OJ, egg sausage McMuffin, and hash browns. I'm loving it. This is not a paid advertisement. So John's telling me a good talking point when there's not much going on with AMC is to talk about how to how to grow your wealth. And I told him, I said, I don't know how to do that. The only thing I know for growing your wealth is buying homes. I have to say, like one of the biggest um, one of the biggest financial impacts in my life has helped grow my financial um, my portfolio, I guess, so to speak, is buying homes. Like it's just it's great for tax purposes, and look at that, we're breaking it up. That's awesome. Um, it's not what it used to be though. It's a lot different than it used to be now. Home prices are skyrocketing. I particularly feel like there's another housing bubble coming, and so I wouldn't technically give advice to anybody to buy homes right now. I think now would be a terrible time to buy a house. Um, yeah, I mean, I think you get stuck with a huge old bill and really be unhappy later. But they are great write-offs, especially if you're in a really high interest loan. But not as good as it used to be. I feel like it used to be a lot better way back. I don't know, 10 years or so. So we have a nice price correction heading up right now. Oh, yep, nice hot hash browns, Weiss for me. I'm gonna step away for a few minutes. Y'all can enjoy this increase in price. I'm just gonna go ahead and leave that wedge there, and I will step back in just a few. Yes, grow wealth equals buy hold AMC stock. That's the only thing that I know right now. It's the only thing I even feel safe in right now is AMC. So yeah, definitely. Let's see. John said something too, I think. Yeah, yeah. Not everybody is in the position to go buy homes, especially right now. That's for sure. What will I do with the money after? Yeah. Let's see here. Okay, so somebody, Adam, I believe Adam sent me, let me see if it was Adam, make sure. Yeah, Adam sent a thing about Charles Schwab. Looks like it may have been a Reddit post, I can't really tell, but something about Charles Schwab halting trading, and they basically said, no, we wouldn't halt any trading. It would be the SEC that would halt trading. If this gets to the point to where hedge funds are being liquidated, and it's like across the board, just like massive liquidation on all fronts, yeah, trading will be halted. You can sell, but you will not be able to buy. That's what they mean by halting. They will be trying to buy shares with the DTCC money, and that would, in order to do that, they would need to cover their position. So, not sure if he's still listening, so I'm gonna type that out to him. The clearinghouse money would kick in. So yeah, absolutely, they would stop trading on the stock in order to correct the amount of naked shares that needed to be covered, failure to delivers that needed to be covered. Say again. Good night. Love you too. Let's see. So yeah, Adam is just getting into the swing of things today. He just found out about the 25 million shares. Yeah, that happened earlier this morning. Big news. I posted on it on Reddit like almost immediately. That was big news. I'm not sure where I really stand on it. Like I'm in favor of voting for it after the squeeze, not before. But I think to take away the options, yeah, I mean, it's definitely a bullish move. I kind of would like to still have the option, but you know, I definitely think that it's a move to try and help our movement in trying to push for the squeeze. I think the longer that the longer the hedge funds think that they can drag this on, the more that they will drag it on. I mean, it's not that they're going to stop at any point, but if they see shiny things in the future, they're going to try and do whatever it is that they can do to get to that point in order for them to, maybe have the hopes of being able to grab onto another 25 million shares and turn those into synthetics and whatnot. So yeah, definitely bullish to take that away. It doesn't give any of the hedge funds any hope that they're going to be getting any more ammunition. I like the nice little trend that we're on right now. We're starting to swing above the VWAP. And we are starting to head towards that 5350 line of resistance. Looks like we got a support, or a line of resistance, a sell wall at 5340, about 3,000 shares. Let's make this look a little bit better. Yeah, that looks good. I like that swing. Ooh, yeah. Doggy. Punching through the line of resistance, trying to. It's our first test. Nice movement. What am I going to do with my money after? That is a nice solid movement past that line of resistance there, which takes us on to the next spread, which is 53.50 to 55.11. We are about 55 minutes away from lunch period. That typically is a down period of time for that hour. Not always, of course, but Amazon ripping today, $131 up. That does not seem like negative movement. Again, I don't think Jeff Bezos would leave his post just before anything crashed in the market. So, but it will be interesting to see what happens in the near future. Cup and handle with a 5-minute interval. Let's check it out. Oh, that's beautiful. Yeah, if we definitely hit up to 53.80 on the next 5-minute interval, and then did that nice little handle portion, that would be perfect. Definitely cup and handle right there. Good call. For those that don't know, you should know. Cup and handle is definitely a very bullish trend. So basically, it would form this cup, and then a downwards handle, and then typically speaking, the price will shoot up from there. I don't know I really don't know what I would do with the money after the squeeze. Oh, I forgot to put my camera back on. I really feel like after the squeeze, the financial market is going to be extremely bearish. And so I want to keep my money as far away as possible from the stock market. I think originally I had kind of considered cryptocurrency after Trey had done the interview with the Wolf of Wall Street. I thought he might be trying to send us a message that that would be a great place to go with our money afterwards. I'm not convinced of that any longer. So that's not an option. I started looking around for banks that did savings for large sums of money because I really didn't know how much I was going to have, but I did want to make sure because I know that most banks only only insure up to $250,000, and you know, if you made significantly amount of more than that, you'd have to have a lot of accounts, and so I thought that would be kind of stupid to have multiple accounts, and so I found Charles Schwab had these special accounts that have, you know, insure up to like $20 million without any kind of you know, fees or anything like that, and they seemed like good accounts, and so at this point I really feel like that's where I'm probably going to be heading, although I've seen a lot of information on Charles Schwab lately and their business practices that have me really left concerned about um, the business practices. You know, as an ape, what we stand for. Um, I'm I'm not. I don't want to. I don't want to go throwing my money at people who are acting like hedge funds, and they've been doing some shady shit lately, apparently. Um, so I don't know. I'm still kind of on the edge as to where I'm going to be placing my money. As far as how I'm going to invest it afterwards, I still haven't even come close to deciding. I had a few business ideas that I would like to try out, but nothing that I'm like 100% on right now. I don't know. I might even just take some time to think about it. Like one of the ideas that I had, you know, did have to do with housing market. If the housing market does hit some kind of bubble in it and prices on homes go down drastically, I think investing in homes would be a great idea. Uh, Especially because, you know, in 10 years time, say for example you bought 10 homes, normally those homes would be like around 10, let's say $250,000, and you got them for like 150. So if you bought 10 homes at $150,000 a piece, you're looking at $1.5 million and some extra money or whatever for closing loans or whatever. But, you know, so 2 million bucks on 10 homes. And in 10 years time, you know, those homes will be worth at least that original amount that they were worth that they dropped by. So it's $100,000 that you're making on each home. That's $1 million in 10 years time that you'll be making off of them, plus the equity that you um, or the it would be 200. I'm sorry, you'd be making $1 million just on the equity. The initial down payment that you put down on those places, not down payment, but the actual amount that you paid for the places, you're getting back as well. So they're not exactly tax write-ups, but during that time, you put people into the homes, you rent them out, and you become a slumlord, and you make, you know, six figures without. I mean, in some cases, you could have somebody else manage the properties for you. You don't even have to manage them yourself. There's companies out there that do that, and you probably could make close to six figures just off of that alone. You're not even doing anything. You're just sitting there letting it gain equity and as time happens, and collecting from people who are renting from you. And of course, the next step after that is strip malls. You know, if you can eventually afford a strip mall, you make crap tons of money on those. And if you could afford one right off the bat, that'd probably be the best way to go. Because business retail property is gonna tank. That is definitely an idea for me, but I'm not married to it. Yeah, that is a really nice looking cup and handle, even on the 1 minute. Here's I really like this. Posted by Few Campaign 8623. He's got a July 1st, Thursday through the week, the weekend, basically, step by step, outlining everything that's happened this week. This is very well put together. I like it. I'm gonna post that. That is definitely worth a read right there. So somebody's saying that this Mac Attack 218 on Reddit saying a look at AMC's deep out the money puts and how they are being used to hide 104 million shares in shorts. I'm curious about that. I don't. How does that? I wonder how that would work. Oh, he's got a YouTube channel. That is a long read. Eric is right on target right now. I think if I pull out to 30 minutes, yeah, Eric's bottom number is 5293 is almost dead nut center with the middle line on the wedge, the 1 month wedge, and we are trading just slightly higher than that right now. Captain Convulsion on Reddit said, "What a great way to wake up on my birthday to the 25 million share removal." Another very happy Redditor. Yeah, I keep seeing these Reddit posts about puts that expire in 11 days out, and I'm just not seeing those. And I'm wondering if, excuse me a second. Ah, man, if I sneeze, I'd have blown out all your ears. So when I go to Stonkometer, or I keep wanting to call it Stonkometer, Stock Tracker, and I see that, like I see these numbers that they're posting, right? Here it says it. On 7/16, 444,000 out the money shares. But when I come over to the actual shares for that date, I don't recall seeing it. I might refresh and see. I could be wrong. Let me, excuse me. Oh, you know, I may have been looking at the wrong week. Okay, I'm seeing it now. Okay. Wow. There are some massive amounts of really low price puts for 2 weeks from now. So not this week, but next week. As an example, we got 36,000 at $10. That's a lot of volume. 28, 28,800 at $15. No, wait, that's open interest. Nope, I'm wrong. Volume. Here it is, volume. I'm looking at the wrong column. Volume's right here. I was looking at the wrong number. Yeah, I'm really just not seeing the volume they're talking about. I feel like they're not getting the right numbers. Because these are in the money. No, these should be the out of the monies. Right up here. These should be the out of the monies, and these are in the money. And blue. There's not a whole lot in the money, that's for sure. But there really is not a whole lot of out the money. I don't see 444,000, so I'm not sure where these numbers are coming from. I don't know if anybody else who's watching has any insight to that. I'm curious because for the life of me, I just cannot find anything to support that number whatsoever. 444,000. If those were there, if that 444,000 put options for 2 weeks from now were actually there. Let's see the date. The date for that's the 16th of July. Those are gone because there's no way this equals 444,000. I'm not seeing it. I normally take a break from 10:30 to 11 just because I like to be back for the action that happens from 11 to 12 my time, which is lunchtime Eastern Standard Time. There's usually typically a lot of action happening during that period. I may not leave for as long today because I already took a couple breaks this morning earlier, but I will be taking a little bit of time. But of course, I'll leave the stream live and I'll leave everything up there. And we're just now starting to break past Eric's lower price prediction for the day. It's hovering right at his number right now. Yeah, that's a nice cup and handle. Let me just see what the 5 minutes says. Yeah, I would expect it to bounce back up from this point, the 5290, 5293-ish area. I would expect it to start bumping back up now from the cup and handle. I don't know how Eric got his 5293 number exactly, but it does seem like it's a nice level of support, however he came up with that number. I'm not sure if he just happened to be a nice medium from some specific number that he picked. I'm gonna post that. That's gonna be my question of the day. I'm gonna post that up there. Of course, I screwed it up. Oh well. So the question of the day: do you think Jeff Bezos' retirement? I shouldn't call it retirement. You know, I'm gonna repost that. It wasn't a retirement. There we go. I like the wording of that better. Do you think Jeff Bezos stepping down as CEO of Amazon is an indicator of a near future stock market crash? What do you think? Speculation, of course. Thank you, John, for that information on the message retraction. I'm starting to feel like there's a chance that Eric's going to be right on the price prediction today. However, I do have a sneaking suspicion. I've said this since this morning. I have a sneaking suspicion that after hours today is going to be absolutely crazy. So if it ends up being massively crazy, I'm going to keep the stream going because I do want to document it. That's part of the goal as to why I'm doing these YouTube videos, is that I want to document the day's trading. And after hours, if it jumps up as much as I think it possibly could in the after hours, that would be one heck of a thing to document. We're currently sitting at almost 30 million in traded shares after 2 hours of trading. So averaging around 15 million an hour. Of course, we're probably not going to continue that kind of pace. It typically dies down a little bit during the middle portion of the day. if we were to continue on this kind of a pace, we'd end the day at around 97.5 million shares traded, which is slightly higher than what we ended at, I believe, on Friday. So Eric says, my price prediction was closer to John's, but when I read the news, I upped it, thinking there might be more buying pressure. Okay. Yeah, the news from Adam Aaron was very significant. I think investors will buy irregardless of whether or not the 25 million shares are up for voting for it or not. I think apes in general understand that we have control of the company. We know we do. We know we have massive control of the company right now, and how we choose to vote. I'm pretty sure majority of the people stand in about the same boat. Is that we want to see a squeeze first, and then we'd be voting for it. And I'm not saying that is how I feel. I feel overwhelmingly most of the people that I read posts from, that's the general consensus that I read. I do stand on that same boat, so maybe I'm a little biased to it, but I do feel like that's kind of where we're at. And knowing that that's the case, I don't necessarily think that new investors who have FOMO are coming in going like, oh, I don't know if I really want to buy because they got 25 million shares to vote on. I don't think that's really playing into this at all. And for us, the people who are already in the stock, the voters, we know we have control. So we're either going to buy or we're not going to buy. I don't know. It kind of takes some of the fear out, but not. I don't know. I don't know if it takes the fear out for new investors. Of course, I'm trying to think of that like from a new investors. Like most of the guys that are coming into this stock right now, I shouldn't say guys. Most of the people. Um, I'm not sure. That'd be an interesting question to ask, like in a Reddit forum or some kind of other forum outside of Reddit where we could get like a general consensus of like new owners of the stock. Like, why is it that you're jumping in now? I would be honestly really curious to find that out because um, now does seem like a very scary time to be jumping into this stock. Uh, I mean, it is high in price, and um, those of us who are in this know why we're here, and we know it's because it's going to squeeze. The question is do they know that? Do they understand that, and do they believe that? If they do, then this 25 million share thing shouldn't be scaring anybody. I'm gonna draw a little bit of a channel here. But I would like to know that about new investors. Like, why are they investing? Holy smokes! I saw a $10,000 sell wall at 52.87. Wow. Somebody does not want this to go up higher. 10,000 shares at 52.87. That is the number to beat. I'm going to switch off the stock and then right back onto it. I want to check something out real quick here. Inflow is 329 and outflow is 306. We are currently up 1.5% for the day, so we are following the trends for order flow distribution. Yeah, somebody posted ZZ Top 610 posted, can a TV host or website legally deride? That's what they said. Deride a stock as worthless if they own a stake of the at hedge funds which are shorting the same stock. Isn't this market manipulation? I really do want to know if the SEC is looking at that iceberg, the connection between the iceberg research group post on Twitter versus the news media advertising it as the reason for the drop in price, because there was some obvious fuckery happened right there. That's not that shouldn't have happened. I mean, we all know that wasn't them that was shorting the stock. But I feel like the SEC should be cracking down on the media's biased reporting, maybe. I mean, because I feel like it is an attempt to manipulate. I mean, if they can draw a link to an attempt to manipulate, then I feel like there's something, a law being broken, possibly. I want to listen to this. This is a CNBC market alert, basically about Adam Aaron, and it's got it's got Kramer on there, and I really want to hear this. So I'm going to play it live on the stream here for everybody to hear.
Adam put out his statement on Twitter.
Yes, he did.
So Adam really understands the complex of Twitter, Robinhood.
He's been communicating with his
Reddit.
shareholder base, which is a very different one than he had pre-pandemic. He said, listen, it's no secret. I think we could have authorized another 25 million. But what you think is important to us, many yes, many no. And we're not going to go ahead with this, with such a move. So we're canceling the July vote on more shares.
Let's remember we had Adam Aaron on. I mean, at that point, he was talking about doing 500 million shares. And whether he could vote on that, it would have been voted on. That obviously he pulled back. But David, if you're shorting AMC, right, or you're just like buying puts,
Yes.
because you know there's some more coming,
Yes.
he just socked you right in the kisser.
He did. He did. I
That's
just, you
so
know, you
smart.
continue to come back to the long.
Wow. What a world we live in where Jim Cramer switches his whole tone about everything. I mean, he 4 or 5 months ago, the guy was sitting there going like, I don't understand how this ape group just wants to see everything fail. You know, that it's like they just want to see the company fail because they won't approve 500 million shares. And to now he's saying, you know, Adam Aaron just socked him in the kisser with a 25 million vote taken off the table. I mean, I'm glad he sees it. I'm glad he sees it the way that I see it, but that guy is a flip flopper, man. I tell you what, he just cannot stick to one side. He won't even. I bet he wouldn't even get on there and say, you know, if somebody were to confront him, Charles Payne. If he got on with Charles Payne said, "You're a little bitch." Oh man, I want more Charles Payne. That's what I want. I love that guy. I would love to meet Charles Payne in a bar sometime and buy him, I don't know, like 5 or 6 drinks. Just get that guy talking. Here's somebody, COVID Bat says, I'd vote yes for GameStop and AMC merger in 2021 and drop the news during the Robinhood IPO release date. Oh man, that would be something. That would be something. Yeah, I don't know, Eric. I feel like Kramer's he just isn't credible. He's saying whatever he thinks is going to get him viewers. I don't even feel like he even pays attention to what's going on anymore. I don't know. Maybe he does. One minute he's pumping, you know, pump and dumps, and the next minute he's on the ape side, and it's just like I don't know. I can't understand where he's coming from anymore. But I do like to listen to him talk about stuff. It's like watching a train wreck. I mean, he's just I don't know what's going to come out of his mouth next. He's definitely more entertaining than me, that's for sure. Hmm. All right, apes. I am going to step away for I don't know, maybe 20 minutes. and I will be back. I will leave the stream running. We are on a descending. Oh, I'm gonna mess this up. John's probably sitting there cringing as I'm doing this. Descending path. I can't even think of the word. Descending trend. But we should break out bullish going up eventually here. I could totally see John cringing right now. I'm going to have to pull it up and figure out what it is before I leave. Oh, jeez. Oh, did I close out my... No, I didn't. Okay, here it is. A downward bias. Oh, typically the formation of the flag is accompanied by a period of declining volume, which I would definitely say is the case right now, which recovers as price breaks out of the flag formation. So, yeah, a downward, a descending flag. That's what I'm going to call it. I know that's still not right, but I'm having a hard time finding it. Descending wedge. No. I don't know. Descending. I don't know why I can't find this. Descending parallel channel. Ugh. Words that escape me. That's a stupid ADD that I have. I'm gonna have to like write that down. So I gotta stamp it on the. I'm gonna write it on my freaking hand. Descending parallel channel. I can't even write on my hand. I'm worthless. In purple. Descending parallel channel. I'm going to commit that to memory. Ascending parallel channel and a descending parallel channel. And a descending parallel channel is what we prefer because as it descends, eventually it breaks out going up, which is a bearish movement. So this is a nice descending parallel channel. And especially after our 5-minute cup shape that we had, has one hell of a cup and handle. I don't think I've ever seen a handle that low. But that's what, it should continue to bounce, or should bounce up out of this descending parallel channel upwards. So I will be back in about 20 minutes, and I'll see you shortly. I'll leave it on a much better looking chart. All right, see y'all back in 20. Oh, would you look at that? Finding ways to short the stock. Nothing new, nothing surprising. Looks like I need to update my descending parallel channel. Do I need to update it or just modify it? Yeah, let me delete it. And we have dropped back down into John territory. And bouncing off John territory. Hey, Chris Marks is on. How's it going, buddy? Let's see, we got a couple comments here. Because SSR being on, I think any upward movement will be stifled since that is all they can short. Well, how's it going, Chris Marks? Good to see you. Welcome to the channel. I am back on after my lunch break. Typically speaking, from the 11 Central Standard Time to 12 Central Standard Time is the East Coast lunch hour, also known as the, I guess, the shorting power hour. We usually tend to see this stock price drop quite a bit during that period of time. That's right. Ready to get some tendies. Well, welcome to the channel, Chris. If there's any information you want to see, we actually have some exciting news this morning that occurred. Adam Aaron, the CEO of the company, decided to take the 25 million share increase off the table. So there is no vote now for a 25 million share dilution. There's a lot of controversy as to whether or not that's a good thing or a bad thing, and it's just off the table now. No, we are not selling now. This is not even close to the selling point. I shouldn't say we. I'm not selling right now. You can sell right now, but I'm not selling right now. I'm waiting for the big tendies. In fact, $51. This might be a good time to buy some more. Let me see. Nope, not quite yet. It's getting close. So we're on a descending parallel channel currently, as indicated by these blue lines that I've got set up here. That's typically when it breaks out of this channel, it's an increasing or bearish movement. So it'll break out going up. John did state in here earlier, because of SSR being on, he doesn't think that there's going to be any kind of upward movement going to be stifled by shorting, because that's the only period of times that they'll actually be able to short the stock. So we'll see. We'll see what happens. You know, that's John's prediction between let's see, his price points for the day are 49.20 to 52.20 for the price points, and we are currently trending downwards, and definitely in his area, in his target area for his price prediction for the day. Eric had predicted 52.93 to 55.93, and I was a little bit higher at 55.90 to 58.95. So we'll see what ends up happening by the end of the day. But I do expect some more downwards movement during this hour. But after this hour is over, we typically have price increase for the rest of the day until the power hour, the very last hour of trading. Based on the Stonko tracker, there's currently 2.7 million shares available to borrow. Earlier in the day today, when I screenshotted it, there was less shares available, which means that they've sold shares back to the market. But they did borrow some ETF shares along the way. Currently, the options standing, let's see if those have changed much. I would expect that we're still not going to see. Let me see, what is our volume at right now? Our volume's currently at 34 million shares volume traded after 3.5 hours, 3 hours and 45 minutes of trading. Let's see how our options look. So these are the call options currently. Make sure I got the right date in here. No, I don't. All right. So our big seller right now on call options is $55. And a close runner-up is $145. So there's definitely a little bit more. I guess there's an argument to be made that there's a little bit more of a bullish trend right now in the options, heading towards the $55 to $60 range. As far as the puts go, it looks like the strong investor or option trades or strike prices at $50. So we're getting movement towards the $50, but it's far less amount of volume for those options, and there's not a whole lot of fight below 50 or above. So I would say option traders are definitely weighing more on the side of being bullish than bearish. Okay, we broke out of the ascending or the descending parallel channel, and it actually broke out down below it. Unusual. Now we have quite a bit of room here before we hit our wedge. The wedge at this point in time would be about $48. By the end of the trading day, it would be about $50.74 to break out below the wedge. Which, if John was looking at that, if that's kind of like what he was looking at for his price prediction, I didn't actually ask him. He's probably listening, but if he is listening, John, if that is that kind of what you looked at today? Did you think that they were going to try to trade as low as they possibly could to that lower level of support on the wedge? Just out of curiosity. The yellow lines represent a Fibonacci retracement, which basically is a calculation. I'm not really sure how it's calculated, but it's a calculation based on previous levels of trends on the charts that you can draw out, and it shows levels of support and resistance. And so the next level of support is this $51.31. So if this does continue to drop down, you'll see it get to there, and it'll either struggle to get past it, or it'll drive back, or it'll drive down below it. One of the two. And same thing going upwards. We have a 52.19 level of resistance. So as this continues, it looks like it's starting to drive up. As it drives up, when it gets to that point, it'll either drive past it or hit it and bounce off of it and go back down. And I'm going to pull out to a 5-minute, because I feel like we might be creating like a lopsided W almost. Almost. We would have needed to trend back up somewhere around here. Although I'm kind of curious. Let me draw something else here. Just looking at different types of patterns. Yeah, based on the 5-minute scale, it's still within that parallel path. Of course, when we zoom in on it, it shows that we broke down below it and then back into it. So it's still kind of on this descending parallel. I always get this messed up. Descending parallel channel. Let's check and see what Reddit's saying right now. Yeah, this is important. Just because dilution is off the table doesn't mean that you can relax about voting your shares. Your vote now matters more than ever. I'm going to read this just to see if it makes any sense at all. I have a feeling I know where they're going with this. This is written by Unseen Spectacle 2 on Reddit. And since the most contentious issue of approving additional shares is off the table, it doesn't make voting less important. Many of us suspect that there are more AMC shares in circulation than actually exist. To help prove this, we need the vote counts to match the maximum amount of shares issued. Like real voting, the 100% turnout elections are highly suspect. This would indicate the voting service trimmed the results to not display more shares voted than actually exist. This happened with Jimmy earlier this year, and is equally important for us. I personally would not delay voting now, because the only reason to delay voting has been shelved, but you control your votes. Good luck all, and make your shares count. I struggle with one thing on this topic, and I'm not trying to get people to dissuade them to vote. I absolutely think that you should vote. But what I don't understand is how there could possibly be more votes than there are shares. Because if they only counted 4.1 million eligible vote shareholders, and then you just simply take that and divide that by the number of total shares, then that's the average amount of shares that the shareholders would have. But I guess they could receive more votes than they have in shares. I'm not sure how that would work exactly. I would really be interested in knowing how that works. Like seeing those numbers, actually seeing those numbers is something that I would like to see because I really don't understand how you could have more votes than you have shares. I mean, control numbers are supposed to be issued with shares. And so if you have a control number, like they should already know how many control numbers they issued out in order to account for the votes. So they should already know that they have extra votes or not, irregardless of whether or not we vote. So I'm a little confused as to how that would work. And to indicate that there's some kind of manipulation, I would think that they would already know that. Like if they already have control numbers that equal more than the amount of shares that they have, then they should know. And we've broken down into the red. I'm not sure. Yeah, I guess the open was. Oh, it must be based off of last week's Friday's close, 51.96. I think. Yeah. $35 million shares traded. 35.5 million shares traded by 11:30. Definitely a downwards movement in volume. My ears are popping. Well, days like this make life so less interesting. Citadel, how hard at work are they? Just a little bit more than average. Very slightly. Yahoo said AMC stock jumps after theater chain scraps plan to issue more shares. That was issued 28 minutes ago. 28 minutes ago would have been about the bottom of where we, right about here. Interesting. Are they predicting what's coming? Because, yeah, 28 minutes ago. Would have been about here. So unless they were talking about this part back here where it started to rise up in price, but I mean, we knew about that long before. I think I knew about it at least by 7:45 Eastern Standard Time, which would have been back here. And that's the only major jump. There's a jump here. It's kind of interesting that they would be posting that. It does say 2%. Price jump about 2% in the early morning trading. That would have been that very big bump right at the beginning. So it looks like we broke out of the descending parallel channel, but I'm not convinced that that's necessarily all the way out. If we look at the 5-minute trend, it'll probably show it that it's still inside or thereabouts. Yeah. I've never. I'm gonna have to get back on Discord. I'm gonna have to have my son come and show me how to do Discord. I don't think I've ever. Well, I'm pretty sure I signed up for an account on my phone. I noticed the AMC stock has a Discord. Let's see if this works. That works. Let's see if I can find. If anybody knows how to get into the Discord for AMC stock, Reddit's AMC, it says our Discord link, but it looks like it's down. I'm not sure if it requires a password. Yeah, I can't even find a community. There we go. So I'm currently looking at the AMC talk only Discord. I'm going to I wonder if I can. Let's check out the rules, see what I can and can't do here. Okay, I'm not allowed to advertise unless approved by the admin. Okay. Okay, so you can't directly message the admins unless you're friends. That's funny. I guess I can't advertise on here. I guess what I'll do is I went ahead and joined the server, and I guess what I'll do is maybe I'll just put it up in here. And so like we can all just kind of read like what it is people are saying. Let me see how this looks.
As always, if anybody wants to come up here and chat with us, feel free to raise your hand if you want to come up on stage and either ask a question and help answer questions or just plain chat with us and hang out. Other than that, if you want to address the people in the voice channel but don't want to come up and talk on stage, feel free to use the tag @voice channel for the AMC Talk Only chat.
Huh. This is interesting.
Address your comments or answer your questions.
Interesting. So I've never been a part of a Discord channel before. This doesn't really jive with what I'm trying to show on my stream here. Let's see. Yeah, that's not going to work. Interesting. I've never been a part of a disc. I mean, I have. It shows that I've been a part of this Fallout 76 Discord, but I signed up for it, never actually even used it. This is probably like one of the first times that I've ever been a part of using a Discord before. But it might be interesting to see what people have to say. as they're typing out messages. And if they see themselves on the channel, that's cool too, I guess, right? Plus, it gives us something to talk about, I guess. It's interesting to me. I really wish I could understand how it is that they are able to short the stock when it seems like when it's moving upwards. So I guess that's why you see it's like a stair-stepping movement. But I really would like to understand that a little bit better. I wish I knew somebody who could explain that. I might have to find somebody that can come onto the channel that knows a lot of the ins and outs of the stock market. Somebody was mentioning that the whole stock market is down today. Let's check that out. Yeah, we still have about the same amount of decliners, 3,949 to 2,533. The stock market as a whole is trending downwards. I would say we're starting to break out of the descending channel. Man, I tell you what, I don't know what I did. I just woke up and I've got like this super sharp pain on the hard part of my shoulder. Right here, just to the touch is like super painful. I can't possibly figure out for the life of me what it was that I don't think I slept on that shoulder wrong, but I'm getting old. This hurts. Just to the touch. I need to start leaning the other way. Maybe I just need to sit up straight. Well, we're getting close to the end of the hedgy power hour from 11 to 12 Eastern time. Well, 12 to 1 rather Eastern time. Which might be the reason why we're breaking out of this descending parallel channel. I had to look down at my hand again, John. I'm so bad. Descending parallel channel. Yeah, you know, I was thinking the other night when I was seeing all this corn dog stuff going up on Reddit. I was thinking to myself, like, I can't remember when I ate a corn dog last. I think it's time to go get a corn dog. Out of curiosity, for anybody who's watching, where is the best place to go buy a corn dog? Oh, wait a minute. Hot dog on a stick, of course. I don't know why that didn't just come right to me. I wonder if there's a hot dog on a stick around here. I mean, normally they're at the mall, food court malls, but I don't even know if those are shut down right now. Tonight's supposed to be Taco Bell night at my house. We had leftovers last night, and to help make up for that, my wife promised her daughter that we were going to do Taco Bell tonight. You know, I think that's something that people just in general always hate is leftover night. I don't know why. Like as I get older, I actually like it more. Oh, I now got apparently permission to be able to use their Discord link. Okay, that's interesting. And now we're going to have the McGregor fight's going to be in the AMC Theater. I'm curious how many people are going to go see that there. That'd be kind of cool. I'm gonna ask the admins if I'm allowed to advertise my feed. Well, they're saying I can post it, so I'm gonna go ahead and post it there and see if they're willing to. Well, there it is. It's up there. Hopefully they're okay with that. I won't spam it. I don't want to be. I'm definitely no spammer. But yeah, this is really cool. I would love to be able to provide, an ability for people to be able to see L2 data, Ortex live data if they want to see that. And then, if they want to see in the comments as well as we're all watching together, that'd be really kind of cool to see all at once. But anybody, this is one, I'm trying to provide something that I hadn't seen anywhere else. I hadn't seen anybody who was live streaming from from market open to market close. And I'm no Trey, I'm no Matt, and I'm no TMI, but I do definitely want to be able to provide that L2 book orders and Ortex data for anybody who wants it. Drop a comment in the comment section just asking for whatever you want to see. I can post it up there. But this is strictly an AMC channel, and we're live streaming it. And this is what I do for a job now. I'm just going to sit here and I'm going to watch the stock and document this whole procedure as it happens. I do have a special intro and outro every single day that I think is really inspiring. So if you find it kind of get boring at some point, come back later. The last 2 minutes of the day is going to be exciting. I do a live space shuttle launch with some music that's really inspiring, especially when we watch watch the stock rocket to new numbers. It's probably the highlight my entire day. Unfortunately, this feed kind of stifles a little bit the ability to be able to see the volume. I'm going to kind of move it down for just a second. Volume does appear to be decreasing over time. RSI is 4533. Let's look at the Stonko tracker. Currently at 2.7 million shares available to borrow. ETF. So I took a screenshot earlier this morning, and they still have some ETF shares that they borrowed. But the shares available to borrow, they have returned back 2 million of them. So, for those of you who are new to the channel right now, just to let you know, I have a descending parallel channel that I had set up earlier. It looks like we're breaking out of that channel right now. We kind of have a little bit of a wedge forming here. I won't draw that out right now. My yellow lines are Fibonacci retracement. We're currently trending between a 51.31 level of resistance or support, and then a 52.19 level of resistance. We're not seeming to be able to break out of this channel here. The blue, it's really kind of hard to see, but the blue numbers right here, I've got three guys. There's three of us right now that are kind of doing a price estimate. You'll see a price prediction tally. It says John, Eric, and Casey. Eric's first day to do a price tally is today. His numbers are 52.93 to 55.93 for an ending price for the day. John is 52.20 for a high, and he's falling right inside that right now, and 49.20 for a low. He's currently got a tally coming to him if he makes it. We just started this last week Tuesday, so we missed 2 days last week, John and I, and then we got a day each. And then my price prediction's going to be the orange one, 55.90 to 55.90, 58.90. Should be 58.90. I'll probably have to fix that. But that's our price predictions for the day. Those are showing up there in the window. And let me put back. I am completely new to. Okay, it looks like. Okay, X Trades. I got invited to X Trades. I don't know why. I don't know why he wants to add me. Invite. Yeah, I'll see where that goes. Yeah, I definitely don't want to spam the channel. I want to be respectful of this channel. They've got their own thing going here, and I'm not trying to take away from that at all. I just want to add to the experience of people being able to see level 2 book orders and Ortex data. If you guys have any Ortex data that you want to see, let me know and I'll pull that up and we can check that out together. Volume sitting at 38.94. Still pretty low. We're getting closer to 4 hours of trading. I guess we're at 3 hours and 40-ish minutes. It looks like we're consolidating right now. If I had to draw a trend line, it would probably look a little something like this. Unfortunately, with a pattern like this, it's going to be, I'm pretty certain that this is a bullish pattern on a wedge like this. When the lower line is a flat line and the upper line is a curving downward line, then it usually tends to break out going down. I'm hoping I'm wrong. Descending triangles have a flat lower trend line and the descending upper trend line that suggests a breakdown is likely to occur. Of course, they always say when in doubt, zoom out. I'm going to go back to 30 minutes real quick here and just kind of give a pattern look to a little bit further out and see what we got going here. So this is a head and shoulders pattern that John was talking about last week, where it typically breaks out going down. Overall, this trend appears to be moving downwards. And here's the first time where it kind of like doesn't really follow the same typical pattern that it usually does. It maybe had a shoulder and a head and then didn't finish the shoulder correctly. And then it dropped way down. And of course that was last Friday. So we're kind of on a different movement now. It's hard to say what's going to happen definitively. So we are currently trading below our closing price from last week with a total of 429 inflow and an outflow of 400. So we should be seeing a positive increase, but for some reason we're not. Guess why? Looks like I need to update my my avatar for Discord. That's pretty weak. My son's gonna be like, "What the heck are you doing, Dad?" Yeah, I think the overall sentiment today is kind of low. And it looks like somebody said that Citadel is a large holder of Amazon. Where there's smoke, there's fire. You know, if that's the case, right? Let's say, for example, that Citadel is long on Amazon, and they're currently trading up $132 today. It would certainly imply that they're trying to do a pump and dump. You know, like if they want to sell a bunch of their shares out of Amazon, and if Jeff Bezos sees this coming, I can almost guarantee you he's like, nope, not gonna have any of this, and I'm not gonna let you just steal my money like that. Yeah, somebody replied, buying puts on Amazon might be the way to go. He's taking his own rocket ship into space. Man, look at so if you guys are looking at the L2 book order, it's super, super crazy how low it is right now. I mean, look at there's a $10,000 order at 52.13 that came in. So they're really trying to stop any kind of upward momentum. But as far as anything else goes, there's like super low amounts of orders. Like these numbers are really low, especially on the bid side. The bid side, I mean, 595, 115. Those are kind of crazy. I think I'm gonna grab a glass of water real quick. I'll be right back. If y'all don't have zero water, you gotta get it. It is so tasty. Oh my gosh. Listen to this. that's so good. That's high quality H2O. Yeah, AMC streaming the UFC fights. I have never been one to pay for a UFC fight, but if I had some friends that invited me to go to the movie theater to watch it, I might be inclined to do it. I need friends first. The only ones that are laughing are the three people that are on right now. The irony. Wait a minute, I'm gonna have to copy and paste this because I'm having a hard time reading it. But I want to see that. Um, Hello, hope your mornings are as you would have expected for today. Trading red and sideways and all. So multiple partially related three-part question to which I am seeking the ultimate controversial conversation, double, triple, quadruple, etc. digit price tags, including the government variable. Let's jump into it. Number one, do you think there is a cap on the hedgie's outgoing balance, an international amount for buying to pay back covers? Do you think that there is a cap on the hedgie's outgoing balance, an international amount for buying to pay back covers? I mean, I think that there's a certain level of loss that they're willing to take without being liquidated. So yes, I do think that there's a cap, and at some point that cap's just going to expire, and they'll get liquidated because they're not going to get what they want. And they said, saying it another way, a cash allotment they are allowed or just simply can use to buy our shares to cover with. Yeah. Do you think that prices might not matter in the sense that they also have SHF an exit plan and um, and have numbers that they will pay out and other prices they will not pay at all? I think that if we get to the point to where the DTCC is involved and the clearinghouse starts paying out money, the shorting the hedge funds won't have an exit plan anymore. They'll be bankrupt, so it won't matter. 3. What might be your take on pulling or delisting of the stock, and that will the politics of it weight the ask value cap they would tolerate before intervening themselves? If they have such intentions, might we not have a squeeze at all? They could stop it at a starting line. No. Yeah, that just seems like a bunch of no. Okay, so we finally broke out. We did head downwards like I had mentioned earlier. This is a bearish trend. We broke out going down. We're approaching that 51.31 level of support, which if we hit that, it hopefully will bounce back up from there. We'll see what happens. We had a 10,000 share wall earlier. I think it was at 52 something, 52.18 or something like that. It's gone. That doesn't mean it won't come back though. Yeah, see, I don't know if I agree with this. I don't see any reason. Let me go back to that. I don't see, where did it say it? I don't see any reason for the market dropping today other than the hedge funds selling off to desperately make up for their short position losses. I don't even understand how that's possible. Because what shares are they using to sell off? They have tons of failure delivers that they got to pay back. Where are they getting these cells to sell off? That doesn't make any sense to me. I don't get that. Let's just check something real quick here. Inflow 444 versus outflow 413. This stock should be in the positive. There's no reason for it being down right now. Absolutely none. And based on how little of a resistance wall that we have right now, to get a momentum going green and just absolutely driving upwards like crazy amounts should be really easy to do. This is just a matter of there not being. See, they just threw up a wall at 5165 of 3,000 shares, and it's just getting eaten up. It really wouldn't take much to just drive the stock upwards right now. Yeah, it just takes investors, right? It just takes people who are willing to buy the stock. And if they buy the stock, then the price is just going to absolutely skyrocket. But they have to buy the ask, right? They can't be looking for deals. Speaking of which, maybe I'll just buy one, just to buy one. Let's see where we're at here. It's a little over my. Oh no, it's not. Yeah, I'll buy one at 52.31. Maybe, if we can get there. I'll buy one now. You know what? I'm talking. I'm just gonna buy one. Want to ask price? You know, I could buy more, but I'm just buying one for right now. I want to help the movement. Let's see here. Gotta refresh my fidelity. just going to buy one share. Market order. It looks like I may have bought it for 51.60. Let's see here. $51.61. I want to see it break out above the wedge here, so I bought a share. I might buy some more. You know, if it looks like it's going to stall out a little bit, maybe I'll buy a few more. In my opinion, we're at a deal. We're really close to 50, and I didn't even think we'd break 50, and we did on last Friday. But I mean, it's such a low value, in my opinion, compared to where we're going. Maybe I need to buy some more. Oh yeah, I can't wait to see Citadel post their earning report for the year, for the quarter. Oh boy, that is going to be amazing. Wait, what did they say? Heard like some Citadel employees are buying AMC and holding with us. Wouldn't that be something? I'm getting a little chilly. I think I'm gonna have to go put on a hoodie real quick, and I've got the perfect hoodie for this. I'll be right back. Sporting my Trey's Trade hoodie. I'll be right back with that. Sporting the hoodie. George W. You know what it is. You know what it is. Some of the stuff people come up with. Come on, any DD on where I should panic. When it's at $1,000 and it drives to 600 and then it drives up to $4,000, that's when you should panic. Panic because you're just like absolutely beside yourself at the prices you're hitting. That's when I would panic. I'm gonna have to sit down. I'll literally be sitting down the minute we hit $1,000, and I'm just gonna sit here and I'm just gonna look at the screen, and my mouth's probably gonna drop open. I'm gonna have to check my pulse. My watch is probably gonna tell me to breathe. It's a good thing I got a nice chair here. I'll just be like, I'll pass out from excitement. I saw an older gentleman who came up on my YouTube feed last night. Uh, if you can call an old guy cute, this guy was just amazing. Like it was so fun seeing this older gentleman like talk about the stock, and um, I need to look his name up. I know I watched it last night, and I don't know if it's gonna show up or not. Let me see if I can pull it up again. I love this guy. Like I want to talk to him. I want to do like a joint stream together and just like talk for a while. Just shoot the shit with the old guy. I'm gonna look him up. I wonder if I'll be able to find him. I'm gonna throw a shout out to this guy. In fact, I'm gonna post his link. Oh, here he is. Jay Ingram is his name. The bad guys are crying in their root beer. AMC Jimmy, those who hold and have gold is the title of his post. I'm gonna copy this. Copy link address. All right, I'm just gonna post this here just because it was something fun. It was just fun watching the guy. I thought he was entertaining. Eric says he had a dream the other night that sold his shares at 43,000. It was nice, but I woke up in a panic. Holy shit! Now you got me curious. Like I know everybody's done this at some point. Like try to figure out like how much money they would have if they sold at that price. I'm just gonna look at the number real quick. I gotta separate my shares because I have a Roth and then I have a traditional. Let me see if I'll just pull it up real quick. Okay, that's right. I'm gonna pass out seeing this number. I'm gonna retire again. I'm gonna go back to my old job. I'll be like, hey, I need you guys to rehire me, and they'll be like, why? You quit? And I'll be like, well, I need to quit again. And they'll probably laugh, and I'll say like, no, seriously, like I need to do it 2 more times. I love that amount. That's a great amount, Eric. 43K. I mean, I know there's people out there that are talking about these numbers, 100, 500K and stuff like that. And, I try not to put my faith or hopes in those kind of numbers. Um, I'm definitely here for the long haul, so don't get me wrong on that. But um, I, I'm just, I don't, I'm gonna sweat and be beside myself at points when I see numbers like that. Let's see here. Oh yeah, so I'm gonna pull up this old guy. I'm calling an old guy. I need to call him Jay. I'm gonna pull up Jay. I'm gonna contact Jay. I'm gonna send him. I'm gonna send him a message. I'm gonna go to his channel, and I'm gonna go to his channel, and I am going to send him a request. I'm gonna subscribe first. Subscribe. I'm gonna give him a like. Like he's probably like people probably know who this guy is. I'm probably like the only one who doesn't know who Jay Ingram is. Like everybody probably already knows who he is, and they're like, "Oh my god, I can't believe you're not gonna." Yeah, whatever. Anyways, let's see. Add a comment. Jay. I just saw this video last night, and I'm currently running a live stream from 6 a.m. to 3 p.m. CST, and would absolutely love to have you on during my stream to just talk. How old is this? This is his. I don't even know when it's his last. His stream. This last one that I just linked to is it's like a 4.5, almost 5 minute long video, and he posted that on June 22nd. He's got 39,800 views. Holy crap! Okay, yeah, I don't know who he is, and everybody else does, obviously. Really like this guy. I'm not even doing this just because I want viewers. Like I could care less. I want to just talk with this guy. Like just get him on and just talk. Who is he? I gotta pull up his stream. 3.74 subscribers. Jeez. I had no idea. I wonder if he's probably been in this since the get-go. He's worth watching. It's fun to just, I don't know. There's something about old guys that have a light sense of humor that just kind of make life fun sometimes. I don't know. Look at that. 10,000 buy wall at 5150. We don't want to let him go past. We're saying no. I'm deleting these trend lines. Where are we going to go next? I have no idea. Let's back out a little bit here and let's see. Let's see if we can make some kind of prediction. I mean, if I had to guess, this looks like a downward parallel. Sorry, a descending parallel channel. And I did look at my hand again. Yes, Josh. I know you're gonna laugh at me some more. There. Okay, I'm gonna pick this. I picked the wrong spots, but this I'm sticking with this one right here. So I feel like it's right about here is where it changed. So we have like this pathway right here is where we broke out earlier, right? We broke out, and so now it's kind of like a less of an angle coming down. So it's really I'm really using the points. The 2 points on the bottom are here and here. My points on the top are here and here. It just happens to line up with this one. I shouldn't have picked that as a spot, but I think that's the path that we're trending on. Of course, this is a bullish uh, descending parallel channel, and that means we'll break out going up. The question is when. When will we break out going up? And if I had to guess, you'll notice that this yellow line of support from the Fibonacci retracement is probably, which we already bounced off once at around 1:30 trading time. We'll probably trend downwards towards that, and at some point where it kind of makes this like triangular pattern right here, we'll break out going up. If I had to guess, that's my prediction for right now. So breakout maybe around I don't know, say 1400 Eastern Standard Time to 1415. The masked investor is live. That's good. See, I'm glad he's live right now. Like I wanted the whole reason I'm here doing this channel is because I wanted to see live streamers like constantly. Like I wanted to pull up. Like if I could have seen Trey like nonstop all day long, I would have back. Even though I don't agree with him on everything, I still would have loved to have seen him like all day. But of course, he's got a job that he's doing, so um, yeah, I don't know. I think it'd be really, really fun to get Jay on here. Jay Ingram. I had no idea. This is the first time I'm seeing him. I don't understand how it is that we can go for so long. Like I've been a part of this community since January, and this is the first time I've seen his posts anywhere. I've never seen anything before on him. I don't understand how that is. Let me pull the feedback up. Oh, that's not good. There we go. Uno's. Isn't that East Coast? Like I used to live on the East Coast and we used to have Uno's Pizza. I have not seen that in years. It's been a long time since I lived on the East Coast. Uno's Pizza was like, it was pretty damn good if I remember correctly. I don't know. When I was a kid, I thought Chuck E. Cheese was good pizza, so what the fuck did I know? Now I think it's like cardboard. Sorry, Chuck E. Cheese. Kind of getting excited here. Getting a little closer to the end of the day. I feel like I'm really excited to see if my prediction from earlier is going to pan out with the upwards trend in after hours. Really looking forward to this. Okay, we're hitting the level of support at 51.31. Driving past it. Very interesting. I mean, it definitely follows that descending parallel channel just fine, but yeah, I didn't think we were gonna break past the 51.31, but you know, that's okay. Do we think it'll dip below 40 again? I didn't think it'd dip below 50. Okay, we got some weird stuff going on with the level 2 order book. There's some repositioning happening of the stocks. That was really interesting right there. It just flashed like there was a huge increase in volume all of a sudden. It was almost like you could see like a light turning on, like some kind of like switch was turning on. There it goes. Okay, I see what it is. It's because of large orders that are being put in. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, somebody wrote, I still don't understand how there can be more buys than sells and still have the price go down. It makes no sense. It makes none. I mean, all it really tells you is that basically uh, we're sucking in more and more shares. The noose is getting tighter and tighter and tighter. I have to say I'm a little bummed that Jay Ingram is popular. Because that means I'm never gonna get to talk to him. That sucks, man. I want to talk to the guy. It's alright. I'm gonna get my grandma on the channel. We're gonna talk. We're gonna talk about just life in general. What it was like. What it was like when with stock. You know, she lived through the beginning or the back half of the Great Depression. Um, a period of time where people were selling their kids so that they could have a better life. Imagine that. Imagine thinking to yourself, if you have kids, imagine thinking to yourself, I'm going to sell my kid so that they can be better off. I just, it boggles my mind. I can't even imagine that. Like, that's just, I mean, I'm sure if it came down to that and it was best for them, I would do it, but that's just crazy. That's a different time. Let's see how the market's doing. It's about the same. Hasn't really moved much. Still the same amount of decliners over advancers. The banking community is hurting. Oil and gas is hurting. Pharmaceuticals are kind of a hit and miss. Semiconductors hit and miss. Investment firms hit and miss. I don't understand why investment firms and banking are all the same. Whatever. I guess it's lenders versus borrowers. I don't know. Holy moly, that's a lot of price alerts. If you guys ever get a chance to, if you have Webull and you see this person, musical ADD, incredible pictures that guy's got. Really like him a lot. It's starting to look like we're trending down below the descending parallel channel. Hold. Adam said, "Hodl," and I said, "Bye." You know, I think I might buy a few shares right now. Yeah, I'm buying some shares. This seems like a good time. Looks like I bought some more at, and of course it's dropping as I buy. 50.97. What am I doing? Yeah, I got this Webull alert for something around $50 and something odd cents, and it looks like $50.70, and for some reason it just goes absolutely nuts when that happens. And here we go, breaking out downwards when we're supposed to be going upwards on a trend like that. So strange. Apes, do not be afraid. This is not outside of our trend that we have for the month. A little over a month. We've still got a ways to go before we'd even get there. Oh, no, maybe we are there. Just kidding. I thought we were still ways off. I guess it depends on how close I zoom in. Yeah, it looks to me like we're still ways off. We still, like, by the end of the day, we would have to hit something like 48.70 just to hit the lower part of that trend. I think we're doing fine. Yeah, it is really super low. Adam's saying RSI is so low. I mean, they're throwing everything at this that they literally can. They can't sustain this. On the 30-minute trend, RSI is sitting at. It's actually not that low on 30-minute trend. We're like just the lower limit, but it is still really low. Looks like I might have to buy some more. Fire sale. I love seeing so much red with so little volume because it makes me chuckle to know the hedgies are just playing. The hedgies are just playing. Oh, I missed it. Amongst themselves. They can't sustain this. I wonder how like I wonder how depressing that must be to be sitting on the other side of this, from the hedge fund's perspective, right? And they're looking at this and they're going, "Holy shit, these guys should have sold." And we picked up, you know, the in a price drop like this, normally they'd pick up like probably a shit ton of shares, and they picked up maybe like 1,000. They're probably sitting here going like, yeah, that didn't work. What's the next step? What do we do now? Very reminiscent of last Friday. I wonder if there was a hit piece published. Interestingly enough, Amazon was at I believe $165 earlier. If we watch Amazon drop by the end of today back to where they started at, or even lower, I would be highly inclined to believe that the hedge funds dumped a long position in Amazon. They know Jeff Bezos is out. How does Jeff Bezos leaving the company raise the price of the company by almost nearly 5%? Nah, that doesn't make any sense to me at all. Something not right there. Unless people genuinely believe that Bezos is bad for the company. Either way, in about 20 minutes, I'm going to go on break for about a half hour. Just throwing it out there right now so you guys know. I will be back for the power hour. %7 short interest. What did I have for my lower? My lower was 55.9. Is there any way that we increase $5 between now and the end of the day? What are the chances? Let's look at this for a second. Let's look at this. How much did we increase last Friday? Well, we lost a bunch. What did we increase there? How much did from 12? I don't know. We'll just say 1242 to the end. We went up from 49 just and 15 cents to 52. That's $3. I need $5. So not very likely. We're nearing the bottom trend line here. At the 5-minute scale, we're probably already passed it. No. 30 we are. One thing we got to remember, guys, price is psychological. We know that we own the float. More than the float. Well, more. The only reason that this is happening is because they want us to be afraid. And ultimately, this will be their undoing. So people are saying that Ortex has some changed data. So let's take a look at that. So they're saying that something changed drastically. So let's refresh this and see what happens. Yep. It dropped from 18% down to 7%. And the trend that I've been monitoring dipped. How? Okay. That's okay though. It's not that bad. Utilization, pretty much the same. Yeah. So we went from an 18% short interest percentage rate down to 7.23. So to see what that looks like on paper, this number here. So big, huge drop off on that. Here you can see it was where 18.24. Have we seen anything like that in the past? So there's a big drop off here. That was actually I have some information for that. Let's see. Yeah. So right after the big shares hit the market, 72.3 million shares were sold back to the market, and we saw that number drop off. We also saw it here just after the price increased back in June. We also saw it, and now we're seeing it now, but that's, there's no huge price increase right now. Stocko tracker. Data looks the same. Yeah, somebody's saying Ortex makes no sense right now. Lower SI, and we never saw those shares returned. Yeah, I mean, it's a great point. There's definitely some major manipulation happening to some numbers here. Somehow they've found another way to manipulate the numbers. Do I dare click on that? Vinny Wall Street. SFYF. Yeah, this is some very interesting price action that's happening right now. Um, So any of you guys that came over here to check out Ortex, I will gladly put up anything you request. Just ask for it, and I'll put it up there. I've got the feed for Ortex right now, and I know everybody's been asking about this one right here. This is the drop off right here. But yeah, just throw it in the chat if you want to, and I'd be more than happy to post it up. I'm sure Ortex will probably recorrect their numbers if they are inaccurate and say why, at the very least. I would not doubt that those numbers are wrong and that they come back with a correction for that later. Typically speaking, I think they go to Matt Kors and let him know. But I also on Twitter. That's also another one to go to. Looking that up now. So let's see if they got any live posting on there. Yeah. I'm pretty sure that they'll post something later. There's nothing up there right now. Well, it's good to see that we're going to break 50 million in volume. That was a number that I was kind of wondering if that was going to be a possibility that we not broke today. So it is good to see. It's a pretty big fight. It's a really big fight for $51. Or sorry, $50. So I think what could be happening right now is, if I had to guess, they're making a very desperate attempt to try and get off the failure to deliver the reg show. If they can get off the reg show list, they can drive this out a lot further. I know reg show was gonna end up hurting them pretty badly, or at least was expected to hurt them pretty badly. So if we see a lot of these short interest prices, we see short interest dropping, which means that they're covering their positions, or at least making it look like they are. If that's the case, they're obviously doing it in a way that's not legitimate. So this is just going to compound over time. I am not worried about this dip one bit. I think a lot of people seem to be a little bit worried about it, but honestly, it just makes me want to buy more. All right, I'm going to take a 30-minute break. I will be back. So I will see you guys back for the power hour. Wow, what a bunch of consolidation. Jeez, this is crazy. My goodness. I leave for like 30 minutes and nothing. Okay, well, this is how we're going to start off the power hour. Let's see how we're doing on delay. Looks like we have about a 15-second delay right now. Nothing's changed on Stonk Tracker. The current leading strike price for this Friday is $55 still. And the leading put is 52. So I would say that there's at least some indication that we'll be over $51 here by the end of close. And of course, I know that $52 is for this Friday, but I still, I think these prices are daily prices as well. These guys are trying to close out their positions. If they think they can get out of their position today, but while they're in the money, then they will. Which would be like now. Unless, of course, they believe that they can keep the price down. John's looking really good right now for his numbers for today. Let's see if there's some kind of trend happening right now. I'm not really seeing anything specific. So let's zoom out a little bit. Nothing there. Maybe. I'm just setting this up just for trying to look for some kind of pattern. You could probably make this statement right here. A descending parallel channel, possibly. for the day, possibly leading to a breakout towards the end of the day. It's kind of a stretch. Especially with the lower edge of the 1 month wedge, or yeah, the 1 month wedge kind of intersects through this channel. So towards the end of the day, to a little bit later on in the aftermarket hours, possibly for a breakout. I've got this. My wife got me this coaster of Bill Murray saying "You're awesome," and whenever he gets wet, whenever he gets wet from my glass, he gets slippery, super slippery. It's not the best of coasters, but he tells me I'm awesome. Okay. So it looks like Ortex is reporting new numbers now, and it's changed things. So that interest is not that lower number that was being reported earlier. And in fact, let's go ahead and pull that over here so everybody can see this. So estimated short interest is 18.19. So that big, huge drop-off that was being reported earlier, way down below, is actually up very slightly from 18.25 to down 0.101 to 18.24. Utilization is at 8502, which is kind of leveled off a little bit. The on-loan average is still trending upwards instead of having a little hook down. So better reporting now for sure. I saw some people on Reddit saying that it was huge numbers, so I'm trying to figure out where it was that they were reporting that from what seems to be huge. Let me see if I can figure that out here real quick. Here's a Reddit post from Gold Buildings 378. No apes are selling. What you're witnessing is pure manipulation. Volume is super low. The calm before the storm. Good job, apes. Buy, hold, and hold some more. Let's go. We know our worth. Together strong. I'd like to know how they know that apes aren't selling. I'm not saying that they are selling. I just want to know how they know. I mean, I believe it. I believe 100% apes aren't selling. I mean, we could go to Fidelity and check it. You know, just from Fidelity's perspective. Let's see what we can look at here. Trying to find the. I know there's a place where I can find this. The amount of trades. Here we go. Let me make sure there's no information on here that's going to give away my position. Yeah, here we go. So I'll go ahead and share this over here. So on Fidelity, if you go to, I believe it was under News and Research, and then Stocks, it'll take you to the Stock Research Center. And then you can click on Orders by Fidelity Customers. I think it usually leaves you on top rated by sector. But if you go to Orders by Fidelity Customers, you can see right here that AMC had more buyers today than they had sellers. Somebody asked if on the Discord if Fidelity lends our shares, and that's only if you have a brokerage account. I believe is the only way. No, I'm sorry, not brokerage. Only if you have. I'm trying to think of a margin account. If you have a margin account, then they have the possibility of lending your shares. If you have a brokerage account, they do not lend your shares. Price is going back up a little bit. Yeah. Yeah, so Ortex had been reporting that AMC's short interest was down to 7.26%. It's actually at 18.19. So they had misreported for a little bit of period of time. Just a bug in the system. And I like the fact that we have a paid subscription for that, and they're getting it wrong. That's a pretty bad blunder. Okay, it looks like we're starting to break out of the descending parallel channel. We're moving up to test $50.74. Drove right past it. I'm going to go ahead and minimize the Discord. If somebody still wanted to see the Discord on there, just let me know. I'll be happy to put it back up there. We could see the last 40 minutes of trading though end up being pretty amazing. My expectations for the day were obviously a lot higher than where we're currently standing. So if I was to get back into the running here, we would have to have an exceptional last 40 minutes of the day. There's definitely a chance that people could start FOMOing. You know, if we start seeing $53, $54, they might decide, oh shoot, I might not get in at a better price, and you see a little bit of buying. I wouldn't expect it to be too much higher than that, though. I somehow have an alert set for $50.70. I'm not sure where that alert came from. I keep getting these price alerts at $50.70 through Webull, and I just do not see where I have any kind of alarms or anything set up on here to indicate that that's I have no alarm set up. That's not true. I have a hit new 52-week high alarm set up for it. Maybe I'll just turn off the alarms and see what happens. $50.60. The rest of the market right now, 4,949 decliners with 1,651 advancers. So the market as a whole has been down for the day. We're down 2.64%. In contrast to GME, we're actually doing better. They're 2.82% down. It looks like, yeah, Cinemark is down 4.64%. And amazingly, Amazon, with Jeff Bezos saying that he's going to be leaving the company, was up 4.89% for the day. An amazing $171 increase on a stock that runs 3,500. That's quite impressive. So we hit that level of resistance at 50.74, kind of bounced off that level of resistance right here, and are starting to kind of slide back down this descending channel. But you know, it could just be a stair-stepping movement. Man, I feel like I need an energy drink. I want to thank everybody who stopped by today. It's been amazing. We've had a lot higher viewership today than we've had so far. And for those of you who watch this, it's awesome, man. Thanks for supporting. I think the last 3 minutes are my favorite part of the day, every day. Uh, I found out some new information. Jeff Bezos actually had been reporting that he was going to be quitting uh, several months back, and now that was something I was reporting that I hadn't heard anything about. But apparently, he had been announcing it for at least a couple months now that he was going to be quitting, which is, that's great. I still don't think that it changes anything from his perspective of thinking that there's something happening in the market that could potentially harm his wealth if he doesn't get out of his CEO position and collect on his shares. So people are asking for Ortex live data. and that's exactly what I'm here to give. So if anybody comes to this channel and wants Ortex data and posts a question about what it is that they'd like to see for Ortex data, I would be more than happy to put it up for anybody who wants to see it. That is my sole purpose for creating this channel in the first place, was documenting everything that's going on and providing information for people live, so that they can see what's happening, to see the manipulation as it happens. So yeah, just ask away anytime in the comments if you want to see something in particular. I'd be more than willing to put it up here. That was what I was looking for when I was monitoring the data, as I was looking for all this data live, and I couldn't find that. I could only find some of the YouTubers doing it during certain hours, and it just wasn't exactly what I was looking for. I wanted more information. So yeah, ask away, and I would be more than happy to post Ortex data up here. In fact, we can take a look at it right now. I'll put it up over here. We'll refresh it. One of the things that I like to look at. Yeah, no problem, Eric. This is one of my favorite on loan average by day.